And based on that, I feel like there can't possibly be any clues in the back of the book. Sean, what are their names? Sean Kelly and Ted Mann or whatever.
Yeah.
I feel like they had no knowledge of the treasure hunt whatsoever, so could not possibly have put clues in the field guide. Um, but but that being said, while they may not have put clues in the field guide, I still feel like Byron. Sorry about that. Settle down. Settle down. Settle down. Stop barking. I feel like Byron could have easily have used the back of the book uh, or referenced things in the back of the book. In other words, the back of the book doesn't point us to treasure, but Byron might point us to the back of the book uh, to explain certain parts of the verses, specifically the New Orleans verse. When he says, gnomes admire and fays delight in that verse, and I want to know what the heck a gnome is, right? I don't really have to look any further than the back of the book because there's two or three different types of gnomes described in the field guide. I feel like that's what Byron was doing in that verse is telling us, a gnome delights or a gnome admires. He meant one of the gnomes from the back of the book.
Mm. I don't think that that's the case, and I'll tell you why. Hold on, let me try to put this on the screen. Um, Hold on a second. Hopefully, you should see the book on the screen. If not, it'll be on the YouTube or something. So the reason why I don't believe that that's the case is that if you read the field guide, so like to begin with, like when we was like on quest for treasure, we really thought the field guide was something. I think a lot of people already knew that it wasn't, and probably warned us against it. But we did a deep dive into the field guide, so I'm very familiar with it. But the field guide are the great 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 grandchildren of the fair people, the original fair people that buried the casks. So those, so like look at this in a character perspective, not in like Byron Price wrote this guy wrote that. Like with that's going over the third wall, the fourth wall as they call it, right? But based on the characters, the fair people wrote the verses, right? They wrote the verses because they're the only ones who know where the casks were. So the verses, in other words, are like the fair people at their dig spot, at their burial spot, explaining to people what's around them. Then the fair people in the field guide, again, they're their great great grandchildren, like who remained after everything was said and done. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but I have a problem with that. Is I think whoever has come to that conclusion has read more into the book than what's actually stated in the book. I don't think it tells us anywhere in the book in the storyline that the fair people wrote those verses.
Mm. It doesn't say like it doesn't say like it that they wrote the verses. It implies it. So let me see. I got the book up, so I'm just gonna skim through to like this. I'm pretty sure there was an excerpt that like transitions from the story into the verses, and it says something in that effect. Make his peace with the fair people. First passage. Oh, the fair people of the first passage, the first immigrants to the shores of the newfound land would remain unseen. The fairies kept their ancient places, blah blah blah, and land. Fair people and their treasures yet to be discovered. If man is good and kind and playful, he and she will find them. That is the secret. Then it goes into this poem. From sweet storm. Right. Okay. So I mean, like, I kind of just, I mean, if we're going through the story, I just kind of feel like that's implied, and I might be wrong. You know what I mean? I might be right, reading the wrong implication to that. But the verse, I don't know, like the way the verses. This is like my perspective on this. The way the verses is written is like it's able to be cryptic because the characters are using terms that would not be necessarily used in modern day, right? So let's say in the Boston verse, where he uses Coliseum instead of, I believe the answer to that was the baseball field, right? The Coliseum with the metal walls and shit. So if the,
Well, I mean, that's one interpretation of that verse line. That's not one that I particularly prescribe to, but I know I've heard that interpretation.
right, but let's say it's not that. Let's say it's another object like that. It's obviously not a Coliseum in the way we would think Coliseum, you know, like gladiators in the Coliseum. But Coliseum in its same breath means the same thing as a stadium, the same thing as like a giant convention center might. So this is why I'm saying like it's easy to be cryptic when you're using like old language. And even a lot of people have pointed out like some of the verses are using like old English language, you know, when we use grey instead of gray. You know what I mean? So that's why I think that comes from. But again, like this, I have nothing to back that up. You know what I mean? Like I'm not gonna pull out something and be like, here, this is proof. It's just like my perspective on what I think their perspective is.
Sorry, sorry, Penny. I just bumped my dog. Come here. Sorry, baby. Come here. I scared her. Sorry, baby. Why did you spill the water? Did you guys spill water? Yeah, oh, I gotta clean this mess. I'm here though. I'm just dealing with dogs. Dogs. Oh. Um. So like, I'm a Lafayette Square believer for the New Orleans puzzle, and I feel like the line "Gnomes admire and Fays delight" is a reference to Lafayette Street, the Fays delight because their name is the name of the street, Lafayette, and Gnomes admire is right there where Lafayette Street intersects Lafayette Square. Is that Court of Appeals building? It used to be a post office when it was first built. That building was a post office, and at the time it was built to emphasize the theme of worldwide mail delivery. They built those globes on the roof of that building. It was like globe statues, real big statue, globe-looking statues at the top that you can see from quite a ways away, including from Lafayette Square. Those globes, if you look at them in pictures, they look very similar to geodesic domes. So that's why the gnomes admire them. The geodesic gnomes admire those shapes because it's similar to geodesic domes, which the geodesic gnomes are named after. So, gnomes admire and Fays delight.
I mean, but it doesn't have to be that specific type of gnome. And I mean, like it could be a gnome for sure, but it doesn't have
Well,
to.
the only type of gnome in the field guide is nomenclature.
Well, no, there's references to gnomes without that one, right? And throughout the book, they reference gnomes a lot. So, like instead of it being that fair person or whatever, I think it's just referencing gnomes in general. So like in some of, like you said, in some of the verses it talks about phase and whatever. So there's like that's why I wanted to really read through the book because they mention all these mythical creatures and the only connection between the mythical creatures and reality is where from what nation do they arrive from? You know what I mean? We know phase are Spanish, so we can connect that. Like we then you have to like it starts to get a little bit difficult because like some of them are gnomes, some of them are like there's just different creatures that kind of sound like lowland elvins, highland elvins. I don't think they're from the same place. You know what I mean? So like I don't think it's referencing the field guide. I think it's just saying gnomes. And a gnome could look like a gnome. A gnome is like an elf. Like if you know what an elf looks like, all elves kind of pretty much have the same features.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I think that like the field guide has like somebody was pointing out the Chicago World Ferry, and I remember doing research on that when I was trying to do the same thing that they were trying to do, which was prove that the field guide was relevant. Um, Now there's nothing in there that like cause people will make this argument like it leads you to Grant Park, and I'm like it doesn't lead you anywhere because in that one excerpt it mentions 5 different parks and it mentions a large span of an area. So you would have to know which of those are correct in order for you to say it leads you anywhere. So it wouldn't do anything if we didn't know where Chicago was. That page does not tell us Grant Park. It mentions things about it. It mentions like the convention, sure, but that only makes sense in retrospect. And then the second comment that I had gotten it was really funny, where the lady said that she used one profile of the fair people to find the word Greek. Then she went to another profile of a fair person and found a reference to Grover Cleveland, and so she connected it and made Greek cultural gardens in Cleveland. And I was like, I
That's
don't.
pretty interesting.
It's interesting, but at the same time, it's like you just took a random word from one place and then you went to a whole different page and found another word and then you connected it. There's nothing there to tell you. There's no system.
No, there's no system. And not only that, but she would never have been able to do that if she didn't already know that the cask was hidden in the Greek garden.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
Go back to 1982 when the book came out and do that. Then I'll be
Exactly.
impressed.
Yeah. So like I'm just like and people do this a lot and then the other guy was like, "Oh, I'm basically using to confirm what I already think." And I'm like, if you look for something that you think is there, you're automatically going to find it. Because anything that sounds like that thing is going to be an indication that you're correct. It's going to give you
Yeah.
so many false positives that I think it's counterproductive. It's not productive at all.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I could like make the argument that so I would probably say because I've had this argument made to me like the 982 train that since it's a JJP drawing and JJP always puts different elements, different themes, different clues into paintings, it's possible that there's something there. Sure. Um, Although the field guide was written as a separate book, Price obviously was going to make some editing choices. You know what I mean? He could have told them like, "Hey, put this in there. Like this is more important to me or whatever." So there's room for that, but still, all in all, when like I could pull up the article too. When the article had said there's no clues past the image and verse, I'm kind of taking him at his word for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
But still, all in all. So I don't know where to go further than that because like it's up to them to provide any kind of evidence that there's any kind of clues in there, and obviously from the 3 puzzles there's none. And when you ask somebody like find me something about the Boston puzzle within the field guide, the only thing they'll point to is a picture of a baseball player, which is Willie Mays, who just passed away, and they'll be like, well, see, there's a baseball player in here, so that must mean we connect this and that, and we get to. And it's like, no, I don't see that happening here. So, um, I'm not trying to be a dick about the field guide, but it's pretty evident that the field guide is not going to be useful. And then what ends up happening is like yesterday, the day before, I did like a 4 hour stream, and we went into this guy's video, and he had a really good theory. He started off really well, and then the rest of his theory, he was just using the spirit of 76 to explain, to like not even explain, but like create a theory around that picture. He did like,
Exactly.
and it was like so bizarre. And he was like, "Oh, we have to do this logically," and I'm like, "Dude, that is the weirdest thing I've ever saw." Um, but yeah, I can't. I'm not trying to convince people otherwise, but it kind of just seems very like. There's sometimes when people give you directions, just follow the directions. Don't think that directions is also a cryptic poem, because it's not. He's just. This was based off of an article. Like, I don't know what else to say though.
Yeah. I chuckled though for a second when you said being a dick about the back of the book. Just like I think it was yesterday when you advertised that you were going to do this, this stream today. I don't know if you saw it. You advertised in one of the FB groups, and somebody replied to the post and said that he asked a question about, "Oh, are you going to talk about the back of the book or something?" And I replied to him. I said, "No, he said he's going to use logic and reasoning, not the back of the book." The guy got offended with me.
Dude, they always
He
do.
got
They
offended.
they 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 get very offended, but it's like, why are you getting offended? It's not like someone told you you're a pussy or like you're an asshole, or like nobody's making any personal comments to you. But when you get offended, it means that you have such a deep belief in something that you're unwilling to change,
Exactly.
and that's
Exactly.
that's not good. And you know what I mean, like. Because then you're not, you have to be a little bit open minded in this shit, because everything is subjective. Everything is assumptions. That's how we start off with anything here.
Yeah.
But no, they're dug in. They're dug in on their position, and I can post as many articles as possible. And I mean, I could dig up Byron Price's corpse, and put my hand through his ass and make his mouth chatter, and say it, and they still wouldn't believe it. So it doesn't matter. It's like it's a moot point at this point. But whatever.
Yeah.
Hold on one sec. I don't even feel like posting this anyway. Yeah, Jax, I agree. We have Jax is in our chat, but he
Oh,
just
he's in the chat?
yeah, he's in the YouTube chat though. Um,
YouTube.
yeah, he's in my YouTube chat. He said, "Yeah, the back of the book has no clues to solving any of the 12, but could have some coincidences in them." And I think that that's true, because like I said, if you look for something and you're using like random words, you don't have a real system of doing anything, you're gonna find it. You're gonna find something that has like the 6 degrees of separation to the thing that you're like trying to get at. So
Mm-hmm.
it's the confirmation bias at its best, and I don't know, like it's not a great method of doing things, and especially like if you're trying to relate that to other people, nobody's gonna get it. But we'll see. Dude, I'm gonna hate going through this book again.
Where did you get this copy from? It's a PDF?
Yeah,
Where did you get this?
I have no idea. I got this like 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
I have a PDF copy too, and I can't remember where I downloaded it from. Somewhere online, obviously, but and it's fine. I'm able to use it for searching certain words and stuff, so it works fine for me. But I noticed that the page breaks are different than they are in the real book.
Yeah, that's why I initially found this one, because like it has the original art. It's like the original 35 pages, without the field guide. The field guide is not in this one. So
Is this something that you can get off at 12 Treasures, maybe? Or
no, as a matter of
I'll
fact,
see.
I'll send it to you on the chat. Hold on one second. Yeah, I'm gonna Yeah, I'll send you this copy on the chat. Because it does have all the pictures and all the drawings and everything, so it's a pretty reliable method of reading the actual story.
Hmm.
All right, I put it in the chat.
Oh yeah, I got it. Okay. Download.
So one of the things that I did want to get into in the book, and we're not really going to get into it too deep right now, but you know, as I mentioned, is that like this part of the map where it shows where the different nations are. You know, it gives you the number. Hold on, let me pull up a better version on my end. I can't even see that far. Uh, yeah, it gives you the number and then the number associated to the actual. It'll tell you like one is elves, trolls. Can't even read that far. So it gives you the different types of mythical creatures that live in that portion of the world. Germany, Scandinavia, England, Scotland, Ireland, whatever. Um
Yeah, I mean, I think it's telling us which fair folk came from which parts of the old world, right?
exactly. And but
Yeah.
it's very important because there's certain paragraphs in the book where they don't mention the place by name, but they mention the place by the mythical creature, right? So like um they won't say the Spanish, they'll say the phase. And if you don't know the phase, I'm from Spain, then you lost the context to whatever's happening next. Um,
Mm.
and the reason why this is important, and it's like a point that I try to make out to people, is that I don't think, and I will. That's how why we wanted to go over the book, is that I don't think the when they left the old world to the new world, I think a lot of them jumped on the same ship to come over here, and they all landed in the same place. Some of them had their own ships. Some of them didn't need ships because they were like water creatures that can swim. But most of them jumped on like there was probably like two or three nations on one ship, and that ship would land on the east coast of America, and then from there they would branch off when once the people they were running from came onto the shores, they started to vanish. That's what the whole vanishing is about. But
Hmm.
even on that part of the book in the vanishing, which is very interesting, is that some of these mythical creatures didn't have to vanish. They didn't have to run away. They had the ability to cloak themselves. They had the ability of invisibility, and they had the ability of flight. So some of them could have just stood where they are, and that's like for New York that they actually detail that there's a part of it where it talks about the lowland dwarves that are hovering above Manhattan Island, and they're watching it being purchased. Where they're watching the Indians sell it for a few trinkets, and then they say, do they really think that this land? Do they really think that the land is not worth? No, I'm sorry. Do they think the land is worth just a few baubles when it holds the treasures? It makes
Mm.
it makes some excerpt like that, and then but it gets very confusing because the lowland dwarves, from what I could figure out, they're the ones who made the cast. They're Scandinavian, so they don't even
Mm.
have a buried cast. But they're
No, no. The ones, yeah, the Scandinavians made the cask. Yes, that I agree with, but that's different than the lowland dwarfs.
where the lowland dwarves from.
The lowland dwarfs are the from the Dutch uh, part of the old world, the Netherlands.
Let me see. And you see, but this is what I'm talking about. So if we look at this, if we look at this part, I don't think it mentions lowland dwarves. So now we have to go into the story and figure out where the lowland dwarves come from. I remember doing this before.
Okay, so but look at the map itself. There's a region identified as lowland, the lowlands, I think. I got, I can't see it on my phone. I'm gonna open it up on my laptop so I can follow along.
Yeah, there's the lowlands, which is right above Normandy,
Yeah, and
and
it shows a line leading. I mean, did the Scandinavian elves also migrate to the New World? I mean, they maybe they did, but
all right. So let's
the,
see. One is Scandinavia, and that's elves, trolls, grims, Nisans, and Tomtra. And then
okay,
for the lowlands, that would be seven, right? And seven
yeah,
is Alvin, Clabbertommins. I can't even pronounce that. And gnomes.
right. So they're separate group.
Right, but then what we're trying to find lowland dwarves. I think it's dwarves that we're looking for. I'm gonna go back to the excerpt, but it's not in here. They're not listed. Dwarves is nowhere here.
Yeah, that's probably listed in the forget the chapter name, the passage or something like that.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm thinking too. And I think I remember what page. Let me try to find it. Hold on. So I know it'll probably be around. It's not the litany. It's before the litany of the jewels. No, no, it can't be. It has to probably be in the vanishing. Generations. Matter of fact, this thing has a search tool. I'm just gonna use that. Ah, found it right away. Okay. It says it says consider a group of those frugal lowland dwarves, the Alvins, hover, hovering invisible and observing an economic agony, while their old friends, the Canarsie tribe, traded Manhattan Island for a handful of trinkets.
Mm-hmm.
So the low,
That's it's a confusing passage in the book, right? Because it's associating the Dutch fair folk with New York,
yes,
right?
yeah, that's
So
what I'm
what the hell?
saying. But
What
so
the hell?
but that's what I'm saying. This is how confusing the book is, and this is why like I would love to dive into this because I found that same problem where it's like why are they the ones looking at Manhattan and where are they going? So now we go back to so that's the lowland dwarves known as the Alvin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now we go back to that map. Do we see the Alvin there? Is my question.
Yeah, they're listed in the number seven.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, they are. You're absolutely right. So the Alvin are from the Netherlands. So these would be so their treasure would be considered the one in Montreal.
Correct.
That's interesting. That's very interesting.
So here's my take on it, and I don't know that I necessarily have some deep philosophical explanation for it, but that passage in the book that you just read about the Alvin being in Manhattan, to me, that follows the actual story of immigration in the real world, right? The Dutch came to New York,
Mm-hmm.
so I kind of see what Byron was doing there is he's basically mimicking the true story of immigration.
Yeah, it's an allegory.
Yeah, okay, an allegory. But so where I get confused is so why did he choose to associate the Dutch with the Montreal puzzle? That it just blows me away. And actually, I mean, I'll argue till I turn blue that the Montreal puzzle really is not the Dutch puzzle. I think that's a common mistake that people make. It's really the lowland puzzle, right? Because in the Litany of the Jewels, we're told that it's the lowland, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the distinction in my mind is that lowland is inclusive of the Netherlands and the Dutch,
Yeah.
but it's not just the Dutch. It's also the Belgians and people from Luxembourg. They're part of the lowlands in real life.
Right.
But anyway, nevertheless, you know, if you spend any time at all researching the Montreal puzzle and you look for a strong immigration tie for between the Dutch and Montreal,
Mm-hmm.
you won't find it. It doesn't exist. I mean,
You're absolutely right, but look at Cleveland. What the freak does Cleveland have to do with Greeks?
yeah,
So, like,
yeah, I
I
know.
mean, I think I absolutely agree with you. It's an allegory, and some of the allegory fits to like real life history, and then there's certain parts where it absolutely doesn't. It
Hmm.
veers off of another path where it's creative. You know what I mean? Like he's not using history anymore. Now he's just creating his own thing.
Right,
So that's where it's so
right.
confusing because if we go with the system, oh, it's all allegory and it's all based on real history, so let's just learn real history and we'll figure it out. You fucked up. You fucked up hard. So that's
Yeah,
that's that's a, that's a very confusing part. Um, okay, so as that paragraph finishes or it goes on to continue, um, so they're in economic agony while their old friends, the Canarsie tribe, trade in Manhattan Island for a handful of trinkets. And then it says, in the same paragraph, could it be that they believe Peter Minuit's glass baubles possess the same worth as the Alvin's treasure stone?
hey, by the way, your mic is doing that thing again where it's
Oh,
surging. The volume is surging in and out.
oh, sorry about that. Um, just make sure my connection's good. I think this does that because I put like noise cancellation, so it cancels out certain words. I'm gonna take that off if I can. If you hear like too much background noise, just let me know.
Okay,
Um,
so far so good.
video. I swear to God, I don't understand how people could do podcasting and stuff like this. Like, I need to get a little geeky kid to come over here and teach me things. Um, okay. Hopefully it won't cut out, but whatever. We'll figure it out. Um. So yeah. So it's saying in the next paragraph that Peter Minuit's glass bubbles possess the same worth as the Alvin's treasure stone. So that leads people to the assumption that the Alvin's treasure stone is buried in Manhattan. That's the logical conclusion that most people would come up with that paragraph,
Mm, okay.
which doesn't make any sense. So I don't know. I don't know if it's trying to say that, because it wouldn't. Like, well, from what we know that this is, the Alvins are the Dutch, and so according to the book, the treasure has to be in Montreal, right? That being said, why are they saying? Why are they framing this as if they traded the stone with Manhattan?
Right.
But from the looks of it, and I forgot where I read this. Okay, yeah. So when they say they're hovering, okay, yeah, that was the bigger point there. When it says here that the Alvins are hovering invisible, that to me, this is where, like, I was trying to get to that point where there's certain fair people that really didn't have to leave, and there was certain fair people that had this ability to cloak and to stay put wherever they were, which I believe the Russians fall under that category. The Russians didn't leave the original place they landed. So the Alvins and the Russians landed for sure in the same spot. But the Alvins left that spot. The Russians stood there.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
I know, dude.
I mean, but,
But it
but,
makes you sound like a
obviously
nut.
the Dutch had to have somehow gotten from New York or Manhattan to Montreal for the story to really make sense.
Right. And so, like, when we do a book dive, I think this might be a good system in order to figure this out. Let's follow the Alvin. Because we can basically search by keyword. Let's search the Alvin and see how many different excerpts the Alvins have, and put all those excerpts, meaning all those little paragraph and sentences, together to get a full picture of what they did and where they went. Because the way this book is written, and you know this just as much as I do, one paragraph is talking about the Spanish, the next paragraph is talking about the Russians, the next paragraph is talking about the Dutch. There's no transition. It's just like a little short summary of something, and then it switches to another nation, and then it gets back to the nation that you initially started 2 pages later.
Right.
That makes it so much more confusing for the reader, and I'm sure he did this in an intentional way. This is not, it's, as this is only 30 pages, but it's not really easy to follow. It's very difficult.
Right.
So that's my hope with that objective when we do get into the book.
Okay.
And then for the pairings, I did create a spreadsheet because that's how difficult it got. I did have to create a spreadsheet and put in ones that we can objectively get, like the verse to the city. Ones that we can get the image. The image to the city seems a lot more simpler, especially if you believe in coordinates. Then you know the coordinates are there and they're just easy to relate to the city. But verses are much more difficult. And again, like there's a few of them. Probably the New Orleans and Boston was the only ones I think off the back we can lock in. But the rest of them were subjective. New York is subjective. Montreal, I don't, there's nothing there that says this belongs to New York or this belongs to Montreal. So we have to do that as well.
Okay.
So much work.
A lot of work to do here.
So much work. And the weird thing is, like, I've done this so many times over, probably. But I've taken at least like 2-3 years away from this treasure hunt, and I think that maybe with a better perspective and with more input from different other people's perspectives, especially when dealing with the book, we can come to a conclusion. I'm not sure we can do that with the verse pairings necessarily, but it's worth a try. And hopefully at the end of it, there's a better consensus of why things are the way they are. And I think the book will also help with attaching verses and attaching cities to where they belong. Because I'm sure there's people that have alternative cities. Um, and I think the book is kind of like a good way to dispel whichever cities they're talking about. But that's gonna, like I said, this is gonna be a deep, 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 deep dive.
Mm-hmm.
So another thing I found interesting is yesterday we were watching videos. So you see the picture that's on my screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay. So this guy made a whole theory, and he said that this is the image for the 13th cask.
Hmm. Okay.
It
I mean,
was
obviously, that is a real cask,
yeah.
don't you think? It exists somewhere. It had to have existed for the photograph to be taken.
Absolutely. But
So,
that's why I was laughing my ass off, because it's like he kind of was like, I think he was proposing it like this is a JJP image.
you mean a painting?
Yeah.
Oh, no, that looks too real to me to be a painting, especially one of JJP's paintings. That doesn't look like his style.
Dude, this guy went into this whole theory, and I know he thinks it's a JJP painting because he was referencing what JJP does in his other paintings to this painting. He was like, well, you know how JJP usually makes these kind of markers to mean this? Well, over here you can see the same thing. And I was like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Yeah.
And he made a whole theory with this picture, this photograph, and made it that the 13th cast was in Toronto, and it was quite entertaining. I had actually a good time watching all those videos.
Oh, so this was on a video, one of the videos you watched.
Yeah, I spent 4 hours watching videos of The Secret.
So you've seen that signature from Ted Mann
Yeah,
in one of the Secret books, right? He wrote, by the way, there's a cask in Toronto or something to that effect.
yeah.
So that's probably one of, the arguments he's making for there being a cask in Toronto.
Mm-hmm. He actually
Okay.
started with that.
Yeah, I can see that.
So whenever whoever presented that as, whoever the person was that presented that page, so as the story's supposed to go, that the guy was a friend of Ted Mann, and he was not looking for a treasure, but he had him autograph the book. And
Right.
he wrote that little excerpt in there. Now, the way I take that excerpt is it's a joke. The way he takes it is it's very literal. It's very like the guy like Ted Mann threw the guy a clue. Like, hey man, there's one in Toronto, I hope you find it. But in the same breath, he's saying that the guy was not a treasure hunter. He wasn't looking for treasures. So why would he give him a clue? That's one argument to make. And the second argument is, if you look at it, it says there's one in Toronto, and that's the only thing worthwhile seeing in Toronto. So, being that Ted Mann is a joker and he's a National Lampoon's writer, I absolutely feel that the guy was just making a joke on the front of the page.
Yeah, I kind of believe that too. I mean, how could Ted Mann possibly know where any of the casks are, let alone one in Toronto, right?
Exactly.
I mean, the book does say that somebody else was given the knowledge of where they're at. There's something in the book about that, but we never really knew who that person was. Could it have been Ted Mann?
I don't know. I just think it's not something that we can like. I think in this community, how many new things do we get, and how often do we get them? It's every like a treasure by average is going to come every 10 to 15 years. If you think about Chicago was found in 84, then 20 years later is Cleveland, then it's like 13 years later is Boston. So when they found that page in that book, that was like he even says it in his video, it's a giant revelation. And I'm like, I don't think this is a revelation, man. Like, I don't see it, but yeah. And I think that actually probably put more credibility to the why people go into the field guide. They think that Ted Mann used something.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't invest too much stock in that passage when I saw it. I mean, I'm already sold that there's a cask in Montreal. I mean, I believe in all the cask cities, all the prevailing cities. So Toronto, okay, if there's a 13th cask, sure, why not Toronto?
Didn't you at one point believe in Seattle?
No, not me.
Okay, that was somebody else. Somebody was trying to convince me that the New York puzzle was Seattle, and I was like, I don't know about that guy.
Okay.
That's all I could
Yeah.
tell him. I was like, he was a nice guy, and I was like, I just don't know. I don't see what you see.
I kind of remember. I think I remember that guy, and he actually even got somebody to give him permission to dig somewhere over there in Seattle.
Holy shit!
He went through a lot of trouble to get permission to dig, and I don't know. I was amused by that whole episode, just thinking like, dude, there's no casks there. You're going through all this trouble to get permission to dig for no reason. Whatever.
That would be a very funny episode to do, like all the digs that went horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And I wish we could get the background. I wish we could get the people to tell the story, because that would be. But I mean, like, they wouldn't do it obviously because they would feel like they're being made fun of, which, we are.
Yeah. We are.
We are. I mean, to be fair, but I mean, come on, guy. Like, I'm sure in like a few more years after the lawsuits and the penalties and the tickets kind of like fade away in your memory, you're gonna laugh at this too. Like, there was a guy I remember back in the days, like 5 years ago, maybe. I got a notification on my phone. I had the app called Citizen, and it gives you notifications of like crimes nearby and stuff like that. So I got a notification. I swear to God, it was a funny day. And the notification said, suspicious man digging underneath the Verrazano Bridge, beware. And I literally felt like I was being trolled. I literally felt like somebody was like playing with me. Like somebody from the treasure hunt was like hacked into my Citizen app and was like messing with me. So as the story went, this guy absolutely was a treasure hunter from The Secret, and he felt that the Great Giant was the Verrazano Bridge, which we agreed on, and he felt that the cask was right underneath it, on the Brooklyn side. So he dug. There's like a few highway lanes on the Bell Parkway on the let me see, what's that, north to south? So on the north to south lane, there's a few lanes, like 4 lanes, and then there's like a little island where grass is, and then there's the next few lanes that go from south to north, right? He crossed those 4 lanes of the highway, got to the middle part, and started digging underneath the bridge, and then got arrested. And I heard that they charged him with some really severe penalties because he was doing it right next to the Army base, which is Fort Hamilton Army Base, which is a very protected place. So he basically, like, they thought this was terrorism. So the police response must have been hilarious. There must have been 14, 15 cars that must have ran up on this guy while he had a shovel in the ground looking for a treasure.
Yeah. I mean, that's some pretty ballsy shit, right?
It's extremely ballsy, dude. Crossing those 4 lanes alone is ballsy, and then like saying "fuck it, I'm gonna dig" while there's traffic. Everybody who was passing by in a car like probably got on their phone and called 911.
Oh, your mic cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. I said probably everybody who was passing on the Bell Parkway was looking at this guy calling 911.
Yeah. Yeah, what a dummy.
But I've heard that happen. So that one was one dig problem. There was one in Washington D.C. next to one of the major monuments. Somebody dug next to there. Somebody dug somewhere in Philadelphia, which was a very hot spot. Again, right next to like a very well-known monument. I'm not sure if it was like the Liberty Bell or something, but they got caught as well. So it would be great to reach out and say, hey guys, if this happened to you, we want to hear your story.
Yeah.
It'll never
Well,
happen
you're
though.
probably you might be hearing my story someday from the Charleston dig.
Oh, you're planning on going over this soon?
I've already been warned by law enforcement that I'm not supposed to be digging where I think the treasure is. So
Uh oh.
luckily they didn't catch me digging, but they saw me over there and thought it was looking suspicious, so came and talked to me.
Yeah. That's what
So I was
I'm
like, okay.
that's what I'm not excited about, and that's like my major problem with this treasure hunt. And had I known this, had I known that it would be a problem to dig, which I should have, coming into the game, but had I known that, I would have never started playing this game.
So now that you're hooked, you can't get out of it. So
Now that I'm hooked, like I said, I'm running support groups to talk to other people about our problem.
yeah,
That's what this stream is. That's what the Facebook pages are. It's a support group for people that have a really bad addiction. We should call it TSA, the Secret Anonymous.
I like it. Secret Anonymous.
Yeah, maybe that would be a title at one point that we could do. But I mean, that's what it is, and I mean, like, this is not something that you can talk to with the average person, right? This is not something that like I was saying, I said it to you, is like, luckily your wife is into it. But if she wasn't, and you did this all day long, or like this is the most that you had to talk about because that's what you did like during your day, it would make them go nuts. They would be bored out of their wits. So, we have to kind of lean on each other about this. Like,
Yeah,
it feels like Lord of the Rings. Once Frodo touched the ring, he could never go back to society.
yeah. Yeah, that's who Byron should have partnered up with for that book. He should have partnered up with J.R. Tolkien. Would have been a way better book, right?
Oh, of course it would have been. But I mean, like, look, I think, and I was actually today looking at Masquerade, um, because like since it inspired Byron Price, I was like looking at it in that perspective. Like maybe there was certain things in this that inspire him to do what he did, how he did it. And I mean, there's a lot of correlation. There are a lot of things that are very similar between the two books. Nothing I found there was like concrete that would help necessarily, but it's good to know that book than to know the secret. Like if I was to really do a comprehensive guide to the secret, I would have to include the Masquerade. Like we would have to talk about that first. With that being said, like there was nothing there to like extract from. However, like Byron was not a treasure maker. He was not like a treasure maker. He wasn't a puzzle maker. This is the first time he did it, and it was the last time he did it. And I think there's a lot of things that might be like, I think there's things that are mistakes. I think it's not precise, and we've seen that with Chicago. Like he didn't really know the dig site, and even when they found the Cleveland cask, he wasn't really invested. You know what I mean? Like he didn't even know which gem belonged to Cleveland. He had to ask them. So I think a lot of people give Byron Price more credit than he deserves as far as like he's a master puzzle maker. No, he's not. He was like an amateur puzzle maker, but a great publisher. And that's that. And like I think that's one of the reasons why this is not as precise as what you would wish it is.
Yeah, I hear you, but he may not have been a great puzzle maker, but I'll have to tell you, I think I have a lot of respect for the level of obscurity that he built into the verses.
Sure.
In my opinion, I think he was masterful, at least in that part of putting this whole hunt together.
No, I agree. I think he was a good writer. I don't, it's not that I don't think he I think he had like his strengths. I don't think that like especially look, the burying of the treasures alone, if you know the Cleveland story, that he went to Cleveland with that treasure, with the box already there, and that he contacted JJP and asked JJP for his advice on where to bury it. You know, so this goes to show you that he didn't have this grand master plan. This might have been something that took him a year to kind of conceive and create. Like, it took him maybe a whole year to figure this whole thing out and put it together into a book. But I don't think there's like some. I don't think he had like when people use shadow theory for when they use shadow theory for example, I think that's way too intricate and that's way too technical of a thing to start doing in a treasure hunt that you put together really quickly.
Yeah.
Like people seem to like, and I get it. Like, when we think of treasure hunts, we think of the Goonies, we think of many movies, we think of the Da Vinci Code. You know, I think that's where people's imagination goes into, and that's not like, I don't think it has anything to. I know it doesn't have anything to do with this. I think that a lot of people want things to be a certain way because it would be cool, but that doesn't matter. I'm not like, I don't want to know what you think that should have been done. I want to figure out what Price did in order to solve it, right? I think that's the objective of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't help but feel like in some of the theories that I read being posted about that people are confusing this hunt with Masquerade. You know, because they're drawing lines and vectors and all kinds of shit on the paintings. And I'm like, I just don't feel like that is how this puzzle was meant to be worked.
I don't think so either. And like, that's a good observation, because you're right. They got that from the Masquerade. That's how the Masquerade was done. So,
Right? That's what I'm thinking. That's where they're getting it from.
yeah, absolutely, 100%. When I was looking at it today, I came to that same conclusion right away. I came to the exact same conclusion. I was like, yeah, they're definitely taking a page out the Masquerade book and thinking that it's applied here. No, I don't believe that's true, and mainly because like JJP is doing his own thing. He has his own creative license and his own liberties to put into that puzzle. He said it, that Price was like, yo, just do what you do. You know what I mean? He didn't give him precise instructions of which clues to put and which clues not to put. So that's why I don't think there's like any of these vectors and like you draw a line from this person's eye to their finger, and then no, I don't think that that's possible. But maybe one day somebody will prove me wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you on it.
But nonetheless, it's an itch you can't scratch. That's what I would call the secret. And it probably is going to remain that way for a very long time. I'm going to guess that the next time we ever see a cask is going to be by accident, just like Boston.
Yeah, either by accident or illegally obtained.
Yeah, it would have to be.
I mean, all the places I want to dig, I know are going to be, they're going to expose me to getting in trouble. But at the same time, I don't really see that as being a deal breaker. I'm almost willing to take the chance just to get the cask. Take the risk.
I mean, it depends on the penalty. That's how I'm looking at this. Like New York, there's certain places that the penalty is very, very steep. $10,000 fine and possible jail time.
Yeah.
Other places, you might look at a ticket. $25 ticket, $50 ticket. And
I mean, even $1,000 fine, I'm willing to. Sure, I'm not saying that's not a lot of money. It is for me. I would feel the sting of that, no doubt. But still, I'm kind of the opinion where I'm willing to take that risk. I mean, I'm not really too keen on having to serve any jail time for any of this. To me, that's ridiculous. But I can't imagine a judge imposing jail time for, let's say a first time offender for digging a hole by hand.
That would be
Uh,
hilarious.
I know, right? It just seems, um, it doesn't seem like a likely scenario. So I don't know. Maybe I've never been a good gambler either. So maybe I shouldn't be so cavalier about it.
No, I feel the same way, but it would be hilarious that you end up in a jail and there's like they go around and it's like, yo, what are you in for? I killed a man. What are you in for? I sold drugs across state lines. What are you in for? I try to dig up a treasure.
I was digging a hole.
Yeah, I was digging a hole in a park and yeah, it got sloppy. They'd be like, okay, you're next.
Yeah.
That's fucking hilarious. But like, I mean, in New York, I've dug several times. Um, we did the Byron Price trick where we got like construction vests, hard hats. We went there like fully dressed up to the occasion. We try to blend in, and you know what's funny is that look, first of all, you need balls to do any of this stuff. But when we did put on that outfit, nobody questioned us. Everybody thought we were part of like the city, or that we were part of like Con Ed or something. Like we belong there. Once you have that outfit, it's like dressing like a cop. Everybody comes up to you and they think that you're an authority figure. So that is a really good strategy if you're gonna go digging again. Is like, yo, just look the part. Maybe get one or two of your friends, because honestly, when one person does it by themselves, they look crazy suspicious. Crazy suspicious. So, like, if you can get like one or two other people to go with you, and you guys like look like you're doing something, like cleaning up the field. That's what we did a lot of times when we dug in Central Park. We joined in Central Park. If you go there, there's a little booth that you can go to sign up to clean the park as a volunteer. So we went there, and they literally gave us a probe, a vest, and they gave us like a little ID card. We looked so legit. We could have probably dug anywhere in the park, and nobody would have cared.
Uh,
But that's far and few. And I know like this other guy that I was having a debate with on Facebook. He was like, I told him, I said, the reason why, because people complain all the time. It's like, oh, you know why there's only 3 casks in 40-something years? Is because you guys got it all wrong. The cities are wrong. The way you read the verses is wrong. Everything is wrong. And I'm going, the obvious reason why there's not more casks is, number one, nobody was looking for casks for like over 20 years. Like from 84 to like 2004, how many people were really intrigued into the treasure hunt? And it's very hard to.
there weren't a lot of people into it. It only regained. There was a renewal of interest in it when the internet started becoming of age. With chat rooms and stuff. That's really what breathed life into the hunt.
Right, and
That's We're talking like early 2000s, really, when people started looking, seriously looking for these.
I agree. And then as far as book sales, like you can make the assumption, and it'll probably be correct, that like by 1980, what was it, 85? I think it was when the Japanese edition of the book came out. The speculation is that the book did so bad that for Byron Price to recover some of the money that he had put into making the book, he had to sell it to another market, which was Japan. And that's why we have the Japanese edition of the book. So that means that, again, it wasn't a very popular thing. You're absolutely correct. But it only became famous, like truly, truly famous. Its height came out with Expedition Unknown. That's when it was at its top. But before that, there's nobody looking. And now that there are people looking, you can't dig.
Exactly. Because of 9/11 and all kinds of other stuff.
Exactly. So the real reason why you're not seeing more casks is that not many people, just like we're talking about, are willing to take the chance of going to a place and digging a hole and having to go through the hole and see if it's there. Because number one, the box is very small. It's not like it's, you're just going to dig a hole and it's going to be right in front of your face, or you're going to put a probe down and automatically hit it. It's very tiny. And like I said, if you look at Chicago, even if you look at Cleveland, which was the easiest dig, it's not like they got it on the first try. So if they were doing this like while looking over their shoulder, they might have missed it. They might have just went home and said, "Oh, we dug there and nothing was there, so we're ruling that out." It would have been that easy to just miss that.
Yeah, not Andy, but Brian had given up. It was Andy who decided, well, let's try over here instead, and was the one ultimately that found the right end of the planter bed to dig.
Exactly. In Chicago, dude, they had pictures. Like Byron Price sent them pictures. He told them you're in the right location. He gave them all the things that they needed in order to continue on, and they did. But it took like a few digs. It took a giant hole, and then you have to go through all this because if you're an inch off, you're a mile off, right? So I don't think it's as easy as what people think. They seem to think that once you input the right answers to the verse and you guess the right things in the image, that a box is going to come magically out of your ass and end up on your desk. And that's just not the case here.
Do you think that the clues provide enough precision to find an exact dig spot
I don't.
for these puzzles? Huh?
No, I don't. I'm not convinced of that at all. And he could have done it. If he was really trying to give us a precise dig spot, and maybe there's a small chance that there's something there that we're missing to make it more precise. But I believe if he wanted to, like he could have, like the way the coordinates are written out, you could have made a 9-digit coordinate that is so specific that you know exactly where it is. If you wanted to do that, he didn't, and I think that like we can't even determine where the Boston cask was.
Yeah.
So how precise is that? So I don't think so. I don't really even think there's a method that would lead us to a precise spot. I think it's giving you a general spot, and then you have to do a lot of digging. I think he said like a little digging is your task, and I think that was bullshit. It's a lot of digging is your task.
Yeah.
And as is, the only place that like even gives permits is Golden Gate Park. And I don't believe there's anything in Golden Gate Park, and I know you don't either. So
No, not at all. Is that true though? Is that the only place they'll grant a dig permit for? Is within the boundaries of Golden Gate Park?
it's the only,
There's a lot of parks throughout San Francisco.
yeah. As far as I know, I don't think you should take my word for it because I've never, written to San Francisco to the city department and asked for permission to dig anywhere. But as far as I know, from like being in the community and seeing people's theories and those that do go out to dig, majority of them can't get permission because they bitch and complain about it and they ask other people to help them, and there's literally nothing we can do because like I think a lot of people even think, oh, like the same guy, he said the reason why the Parks Department doesn't want to grant people access is because they're getting overloaded with bad theories, and therefore they don't want to grant anybody anything. And
Yeah. I kind of agree with that sentiment. So you're touching on a nerve with me because I feel like, remember with the last time you and I talked, I mentioned that I feel like we don't really have a method in this community to apply to the solutions of these puzzles. Everybody's just kind of pissing in the wind right now. Everybody's taking shots in the dark. I don't know. I feel like I have a method. Of course, it's unproven. So, but I feel like I wish we had a method that we could use to, evaluate the quality of various theories, and grant permission to dig based on that quality.
I would love that. I would absolutely love that, but I don't think we're ever gonna find that because look, like every puzzle might have some of the same frameworks in it, some of the same elements in it, but then there's certain things that are just not the same. that changed drastically. So there doesn't seem to be one method fits all for any part of it. You know what I mean? Like, there's just nothing concrete that we can hold on to, number one. And number two, the Parks Department doesn't really care about a niche treasure hunt that only a few thousand people are really interested in, right? Like they like for New York, for example, I've tried many times over. If you try to get a permit to dig in a location, they give you a form, and the form is for a scientific dig. So it has to be archaeological, and it has to be supported by an institution like a school, like a college. And it has to have grant money to back it up. The reason why is because they're looking at it as an insurance risk, meaning like if they give you permission to dig in a certain spot and you disturb a gas line, a water line, or something in the ground that also causes damage, who's going to pay for that? That's what they're interested in. They don't care about this. This is not like, people think that this is Nicolas Cage and National Treasure and we're looking for the Constitution of the United States. It's a very, nobody knows about this thing, and it's not worth anything. It's worth something to us because we're invested. But other than that, nobody cares about this. So you're not going to get a lot of people that are going to support you in this.
Right.
And it sucks.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, I mean, I even applied for permission for the Charleston treasure, to dig in Charleston, and was denied. And one of the reasons, I should get that letter. I should open that up and read it. I don't know where I have it saved on my hard drive, but they said that what you're trying to find does not meet our criteria for acceptable digs on this property.
Yep.
It was a little bit insulting, really. It's like, really, come on. I mean, if you use that logic, then it's like you're never going to grant permission for any of us to ever try to recover this treasure.
But that's exactly.
So then we're just left to what? Walk away or attempt to retrieve the cask illegally. The only options. And I'm not really prepared to walk away. So what other choice do I have?
Yeah, you just described it very well. I'm in that same boat. Because, like, no matter how long I put it, like I said, I was gone for like 2 years. I kind of got it out of my memory. But, like, every so often, I would see something in my life that would remind me of this. And I'm like, damn. And the itch would come back. You know what I mean? Like, well, maybe if I contact the councilman again and ask him for permission, maybe now he'll give it to me. How about that? Let me try it. And then I'll start it again. And then, well, maybe if I find something in the painting. Maybe if I find something in the painting that's so concrete that nobody could deny me, then I'll get enough support from the community, and then I can go dig. None of this is working, and none of it is gonna work. So, yeah, the literally the only thing that we can do is illegal digs.
Yep. That's right.
And again, it's not the illegal. The problem with the illegal digs, past the point of getting tickets or going to jail or any of the problems that are associated with it, the problem is looking over your shoulder while trying to find a small object in a pile of dirt is so bad. Because what if you dug it up, or what if you dug near it again and you didn't realize it and you put the dirt back and you rule that spot out? And it was right, though. It was absolutely right. Maybe the cask is in pieces and you missed it. So this is not something that we can just go in there with, like, a good I don't give a crap attitude and hope to find it. I think it's counterproductive, and you're gonna end up in a bad situation, or you're gonna end up wondering if you were a little bit off and have to come back.
Yeah, exactly. It's an unfortunate predicament.
I've been trying to get real permission to dig in this baseball field for 5 fucking years.
Yeah. What angles have you tried? to
So
get permission.
so I joined. It's in Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. So I joined the Bay Ridge, Brooklyn community page on Facebook, and there's a lot of nice people in there, and they also helped me with some information and recreating the place and all that good stuff. But the councilman of that district is there on that Facebook, so I got to talking to him, and he was a very nice guy, and he had heard about the treasure hunt before I had even contacted him.
Oh, okay. So he was already aware of it.
Yeah, because there was people digging around. Like I said, the guy in the Verrazano Bridge. Around Bay Ridge, there's a lot of people that dig up treasure, and not even treasure related to the secret. There's people that dig up old Revolutionary War relics, because yeah, there was a lot of parts of the Revolutionary War that started in Bay Ridge. So I contacted him and I spoke to him, and he actually put me through to a connection in the parks department at one point. He helped me out, like he didn't have to do that. And I contacted the parks department, and they completely ignored me. They never even responded to me. Um, so I mean, it just went nowhere. Like he wants to help, but at the same time, he's like, "Yo, my hands are tied. Unless you get permission from the parks department, there's absolutely nothing I can do."
Let me get my stamp.
Yeah. So my theory for the Charleston puzzle has me on Sullivan's Island, right near Fort Moultrie. Okay.
And
Of course, all that property is federal. It's national park property, so it's under federal jurisdiction. So I actually wrote the senator of South Carolina,
Shit.
and he didn't reply to me directly. He ended up transferring my request to the National Parks Department, and it took a few months, but they actually finally replied to me, and that's the letter I got that said, "Oh, what you're trying to retrieve." Like they were familiar with it. The language they used when they replied to me, you could tell they were familiar with the hunt. So they'd obviously gotten requests before, and but that's the letter that said, "Oh, what you're trying to dig up doesn't meet our criteria of being a dig, so we're not going to grant you permission."
You got to keep those things around you, man. You got to frame that.
Yeah, I do. I still have copy of it, for sure.
Well, I mean,
But it didn't stop me. I dug anyway, but obviously didn't find it. But where I'm looking is a vast field with a lot of possibilities. So
mhm.
anyway, but yeah, but it's just so frustrating having to, you know, act like a criminal and look over your shoulder the whole time.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Do you know Chet from the community?
Yeah, I know who he is. I mean, I've had exchanges with him before. Usually pretty good exchanges. You know, he seems like a nice guy.
Oh no, Chet is a sweetheart. His theories are complete crap. But I say that about most people. So like, you take that with a grain of salt. I don't like his theories, but this guy has the most I don't give a fuck attitude I have ever seen in any other treasure hunt. Like, this is like, if you seen, like, he posted the other day, like, he has little video clips of him going to different dig sites and digging. Like, not actual digging, like in the way we're talking about, like digging an effective hole, but he's like joking around digging in a ninja costume.
Okay.
So, and many times over, when I've posted theories and on my Facebook page and whatnot, because he's one of my friends, he's like, "Dude, just send me a plane ticket and give me a place to stay, and I'll dig anywhere that you want me to dig." So we're gonna need like 10 more chats, and then we might get somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. We got to get somebody at government level to get on our side on these things. I just don't know how that would happen.
Well, funny enough that there was a guy who had a really good Milwaukee theory, and he is a former senator of Chicago.
Oh.
His name is John Stewart.
Oh, okay. I hadn't heard of him.
He's a really interesting guy. So he was I might be mistaken. He was like a former senator or congressman, and he was also a former wrestler. not a WWE or WWF star, but like a little bit before WWF got big. He was a wrestler,
Okay.
and if he can't get permission from government officials, I don't think anybody can.
Yeah, that's true.
Because
It's true.
he would definitely know some people, and he would definitely know how to go about doing it, but he couldn't. So, and he had a really solid Milwaukee theory, a really good one.
So not that mistake in case you.
So I don't know. I think it's I think if we were smart enough, we would walk away. But again, that itch is way too great, man. I'm gonna be pissed off
Yeah.
the day somebody finds one like in New York,
Yeah.
and God forbid is in the same exact spot that I said for many years, and like I never. The credit part is probably a little bit of bothersome, but more so like it just sucks, dude, that it's right there and you couldn't get it.
Yeah.
That was the only thing stopping you after doing all this research and making all these theories and being wrong and spending years of time doing it. And it was, and you know, the last step was the hardest.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So what would you think if you heard that somebody recovered a cast but got in trouble in the process?
Mm-hmm.
What would you think of that person? I mean, to me, it's like hero, right? Hero status. Like I wouldn't really think of him as a bad person because he did something illegal.
Oh no, I wouldn't think of, I wouldn't think of that person as a bad person because we all sympathize with what he was feeling.
Right. Yeah.
I wouldn't go out and tell people go dig illegally because obviously I don't want to put them in dangers. Like even times that I've gone to dig and I go with other people, I literally feel super guilty because if the cops come, they're going to be put in a rough position and it's going to be my
He's gonna
fault.
be an accomplice.
Yeah, exactly. And it's my fault at the end of the day. And
Yeah.
so like there's that element. But like if somebody found it illegally by digging somewhere, like they would absolutely be a hero in the community.
Because
Yeah.
you'll see why.
So it'll be interesting. I don't think that's gonna happen though.
Yeah, you never know. I'll keep you posted.
Dude,
I'm gonna be reaching out to the community for money towards the GoFundMe to get me out to pay my bail.
yo, honestly, I thought about that as well because I was like, yo, if let's say the channel blew up and let's say we started getting money from like just making videos or whatever, I would literally put that money towards things like get a GPR, get out of jail, bail money. That's the only thing we need money for. Other than that, there's no need for it.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, look, I'm still trying to logistically figure out a way to dig effectively. I'm not giving up. And if that takes me getting 10 people that believe in it to go down to the dig site and maybe crowd around where I'm going to dig the hole long enough for me to dig it, then maybe that's the way to do it. And I think maybe we should start talking about that. What are some logistical ways that we can go around getting illegal digs done effectively?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm at the same place right now with you. I feel like the only way I'm going to be successful in Charleston is if I have some people helping me run interference while I dig.
Yep.
You know, I need lookouts. That's the bottom line. But that's like you said earlier. I don't want to put anybody else, in jeopardy and risk them getting in trouble too. So I don't know. It's a tough predicament again.
It's a
I
tough.
don't know.
It's a
I don't know
tough.
if anybody would be willing to help out and play that role.
The only people that would be able or would be willing to do it, and that's probably why me, you, and a lot of other people always try to promote our theories, is that if somebody believes your theory is correct, like they feel it, they'll go with you.
Yeah.
They will.
Yeah, that's the thing is who's going to put their neck on the line for a theory they don't believe in, right?
Exactly.
That's the tough part. Right. Exactly. That's right. That's the tough part.
Somebody on Facebook I said Like I posted it up, and I say, yeah, we're talking about pairings with the verses and all that stuff, which we actually never got to do. And he goes, you mean the Dallas pairing? And I
Oh,
said,
no.
what's that? And he said the Dallas painting 8 with verse 1.
Which one is verse 1? I have my book in front of me.
I don't know. I gotta figure that out myself. Hold on.
Anyway, he's in Dallas, so it's kooky.
Right, but it might
Kooky
not
no
be
matter
that.
what.
So he's saying painting 8 verse 1, which
So
is
that's the Houston painting. What we call the Houston painting. He's
okay.
calling it the Dallas painting.
And what's verse 1?
I don't know which verse that is.
Verse 1 is so he's basically using the same verse for Houston and the same
Okay.
painting and just making it to Dallas.
Yeah, so the reason most people end up in Dallas is because of that water tower. There's a water tower in Dallas that looks like that one pillar in the painting with the sphere on the top of it.
Oh, I gotcha.
So they find that, and then they start building up all the other clues. They start stretching all the other connections to fit Dallas.
But aren't there like the coordinates? There's coordinates in the leaves on the tree, and that would bring you to Houston, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the other part of the problem is one of those coordinates, one of the latitude coordinates got cropped out of the painting when the book was published. The only way we know that coordinate is there is because someone took a photograph of the original painting in JJP's studio, and lo and behold, there's the coordinate hiding there.
You see, but this is exactly proof that this game wasn't done correctly. It wasn't done precisely.
Correct.
Because even you remember seeing the New York painting, and when it didn't have the onion domes in it.
Right. Yeah.
And they added that later in print. So
Yeah.
what does that mean?
Yeah. It means that onion dome structure is not an intended clue, not intended by the puzzle creators,
Yeah.
But at the same time, why did they choose an onion dome, whatever, to add to the painting afterwards? There has to be some significance to that. They couldn't have just randomly put some onion dome cathedral into the painting, right? There must have been some purpose for picking that type of a structure to add to the painting.
The only guess that I could say is that it's the Russian puzzle, and that's like a Russian Orthodox church type of structure. And even
Right.
if you compare that to what I forgot, was it St. Peter or St. Basil in Russia, they line up pretty well.
Right.
But other than that, I don't. I'm sure that's not a JJP clue. I'm thinking they literally just took like a picture of something and just posted on there.
Mm-hmm.
Although I did see one person, and I'm not sure who this person was, but one person did a comparison of like the empty spaces between the church and the coastline of Manhattan, Bronx, and one of the other boroughs, and it kind of fit. But I don't really, I'm not subscribing to that idea because again, it's not a JJP clue, so I don't think you would need to do that type of a comparison. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that that's true necessarily. But going to show that I think a lot of mistakes were made. Somebody else pointed out another mistake when we were having this debate about the grammatical clues in the verses. So I believe that all the words in the verses are literal, even though they're sometimes used figuratively. And when trying to identify proper nouns, and he pointed out that in that verse for Roanoke,
It was Levi.
where it says past two friends of Octave.
Right.
Octave we know is a proper noun because it's a person, but it's not capitalized.
Yeah, I used to have a hard time with that, but then it's hard to deny the hints in the Japanese book which tell us that. So how I've come to reconcile that is I believe was how JJP puts things like backwards or upside down in his paintings. That's his lame way of trying to disguise things. The water's spilled. Oh, the letter. What letter?
Here's
Oh, I put it in the other chair.
Oh, it's Mike's driving.
Yes.
So anyway, that's JJP's lame way of hiding clues in the paintings is by writing them out backwards, as if, oh, you're not going to figure that out. But so I'm drawing an analogy between that, and I'm saying for that verse that was Byron's way of trying to conceal the meanings of some of the words is by not capitalizing them, because there's other references in that verse to proper nouns, in my opinion, that are not capitalized. Like the man of Oz. Why isn't the word Oz capitalized? It should be. Oz is a place, which is a proper noun.
That's true.
So I think that's a theme that Byron applied to that particular verse. So that I've come to terms with that.
Honestly, I don't have any problem with that theory because that is very odd. I didn't even notice that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, and see, this makes it difficult when I try to make a point about he uses proper nouns, and if we don't see the capitalization, it's probably not a name. Like, this totally discredits all of that, and I don't, you know what I mean? So like, there's just always, as many times as you think you're gonna find these patterns and systems that are consistent throughout, it always has one exception or two exceptions, and then you can't really argue it.
And torpedoes, yeah, exactly. I'm very frustrated by that fact because I'm trying to, my whole MO is that there's patterns that are uniform throughout each of the 12 puzzles, or certainly the paintings. But like you say, there's always going to be that one twist that totally torpedoes my argument.
Yeah.
So.
And like I was telling the other guy who brought that up to my attention, I was like, yeah, it seems like that's the exception to the rule rather than the rule itself.
Yeah.
And so that gives me a little comfort, but at the same time, yeah, it puts a monkey in your it puts a monkey wrench in your gears because you don't know how to argue this with other verses.
Yeah.
Because the other verses seem pretty consistent when it comes to the proper nouns with the capitalizations of word. It seems pretty consistent throughout, except for that one verse.
Right. Yep.
It's the game you love to hate and hate to love.
I know. It's serious.
And I do believe that all the correct answers to every single one of these verses have already been said probably 15 times over.
You think so? You think we've got the right connections?
I think we got the right connections, but not in order.
See, well, that's my thing too, right? I go back to, I have fully baked theories for 4 of the puzzles. I have half baked theories for a couple more. But I have to admit is, not all, but most of the connections I've used to explain the painting, the image matches, aren't mine. I've gleaned them from the Facebook groups. I'm not smart enough to do all that stuff myself. I think some of them I've come up with my own just because I apply the method of a path theory. So I find things along the path. But it's like you say, I believe that all the answers have been put out and proposed at one time or another. It's just a matter of stringing them all together correctly, exactly. Putting them in the right order.
Yeah. I looked back in Quest for Treasure one time to see if anybody had mentioned the Boston Solve. And people had mentioned a lot of elements that were absolutely correct. Some people mentioned the actual dig spot, but didn't have any follow-up. It was kind of like, maybe it's in this place. I don't really know. Like, it was very loose. I never saw one that was like a full written out theory, correct to every single point. It wasn't that. But like, it seemed like if you string along, somebody had the right idea about Paul Revere on one post. Someone had the right idea about Limp by Lamplight. Some had the ship that was nearby that had all the nautical flags, I think it was, if I'm correct. I can't remember too well. So like this,
that's
The Ironsides, the Constitution.
Yes. So people had all of the elements correct, but it was spread out and it wasn't put together into one full theory. Another example, as much as people like to say that I was the one, or look, I'm not the one who made up the Dickens thing. I didn't believe in the Dickens thing, like you know what I'm talking about with Dickens in New York and the Hymn of Hard Work,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
I was not the one who came up with that. I was probably just the only one who believed in it so hard that I posted about it a million times, and then people thought it was kind of my idea. That idea was on Quest for Treasure in 2001 or 2002. So
Interesting.
this was before Cleveland and before Boston. Somebody thought Hymn of Hard Word in 3 volumes was Dickens. Organically.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So like, when I say that I think that every single salve or every element of a salve has already been posted on a forum, I think that that's true. I think people don't collaborate together and people start to hate each other, and then there's like competitive theories, which it's sad because I don't think we should be competing with each other. But that's what happens, and then all those posts get buried in all the other posts that are going to come out afterwards. So it's hard to keep track.
Exactly. Even my pairing that I'm using for the Charleston painting, I haven't spent a lot of time researching the old Quest for Treasure post, but the one time I did, I found a post in Quest for Treasure from, obviously years ago where somebody had that same pairing, proposed that a long time ago. So yeah, that guy was right. Too bad he didn't know it. I mean, in my opinion, he's right, but
yeah, but that's
you're right. I think all the answers have been proposed at some point or another along the way. Just a matter of stringing it together correctly.
It is, man, and it's just a lot of work, and especially now that there's like an overload of theories, there's an overload of guesses, and nothing is like constructed in a way. Quest for Treasure is a pretty good place to like use the search bar and like put in a keyword, and you could pull up several posts that have that keyword in it, which is a really good resource to have. But you're not going to see that in the Facebook group so much. There's some people that have taken their theories and left with them because they didn't like the reception that they got from certain people in the treasure hunt community. So
yeah,
it's going to be difficult.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it's too bad. I thought we would have more people on this discussion tonight. Being a Saturday night and all.
Yeah, I know. Goonie bailed on us. The other guys, I don't really know many of the people that have joined the Discord, and none of them have really introduced themselves, so I don't know who's who. But yeah, small beginnings. We have to start off small. You know, there's right now like 4 people listening to the chat as we speak. And, you know, people get interested, and some people will want to come on and talk about their theories so that it's imprinted in YouTube somewhere. And I don't mind editing out certain parts and making clips so that they can be heard. Because at the end of the day, I think a lot of people just want to be heard, man. Because it kind of feels good to get this off your chest and kind of feel like some validation. And then, like, just kind of be like, okay, I got that out. Now I can rest for a little while before I start my search again.
Well, I enjoy this. This is cool. I like talking shop. You know, it's a good forum to talk shop on this stuff.
No, absolutely, man. Like I said, we're a support group based group, and we're just trying to help out. And look, man, if we can help each other out in digging in certain places, you know, I'm in New York, then let's do it. Why not?
Yeah. I mean, even though I feel like personally that the cask is not recoverable anymore, I'm still willing to go up to San Francisco, probe around for people. some of the other spots. Why not? San Francisco's a cool city to visit. Spend the weekend.
Oh yeah, I would love to go to San Francisco, although it's a shit town right now. But
Yeah.
most places in America are suffering, so
Yeah.
it's not like you're gonna come to New York and see a lot of great things right now.
Yeah. All the big cities are. No one's immune to any of that crap that's going on right now.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm gonna have to get going here, dude, because my in-laws got back home a little while ago, and my wife's back. I haven't had dinner or anything, so
Dude, yeah, go enjoy your family, go eat. I'm probably gonna stay on for a little while streaming or whatever. Uh, if you're more than welcome to come back later, but if not, man, it was great talking to you, and we'll do a lot more of this, and I'm guaranteeing you that more people are gonna start joining sooner or later.
yeah, I hope so. I'm looking forward to it. I'll like I said, if I'm available, I'll jump in. I love to bounce ideas off other people. I think it's a great way to reinforce or your own ideas, reinforce or even mold your other ideas. So
Yeah, you're either gonna strongman your argument or you're gonna make it solid. One or the other is gonna happen. So, I've been emphasizing people to come debate and not debate in a way where I'm gonna be like, hey, you're a piece of shit. Just let's have a conversation. Let's debate the facts. Let's figure out what's what. And if we have as many people, not as many people as possible, but if we have a good number of people, we'll get a better consensus of what's happening.
yeah, I
But
feel like if you got enough confidence in your theory, then just put it out there. So
yeah,
what if people criticize or challenge you on your stuff? Just stick to your guns and put it out there.
yeah, I think maybe somewhat of my reputation has a reason why there's not many people in here either too. So that might be it.
Yeah.
It's all good, man. But yo, go enjoy your night with your family, and we'll talk soon.
Yeah, thank you. I'll probably keep the speakers on. Maybe keep listening, see if anything happens. But yeah, I gotta move on to other things tonight. So,
No problem,
but
brother.
let's do it again soon.
You got it, man. Talk to you soon.
All right. Talk to you later. Bye.
Bye. All right. So we actually have somebody else that might be coming in. So I'm gonna keep the channel open for a little while. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna give a 2-minute break. Okay. Okay. Um, we have one guy who wants to talk about the Houston puzzle actually being about Dallas. I'm not sure if he wants to come on and talk about it, but let's see. I'll invite him, and perhaps we'll have a chat about that. Into chat by theory. Click on live stream. That will and excuse my voice, guys, and like me clearing my throat. Fighting a cold. Miriam. Hello, Miriam. What's going on? Hi, it's Sunday afternoon in Australia. First time stumbling across your live. Not sure what this is about, but I was drawn here for some reason and am open to learning. Well, very welcome, Miriam. Basically, we've been doing in the streams. We've had so far like 2 or 3 streams. I guess the objective, as we've been talking, is this community has come to an impasse where there's nothing more that we can do. We really can't dig the treasures out, so we can sit here for another 15 years and talk about our theories. But a theory is only a theory until a cask is found. So, you know, one of the rules that we've made in this community and have made clear with many people is that if you come on and say that you've solved the puzzle, you have to bring a cask, a treasure. You have to have found it. It's the only way to prove. Obviously, it's because there's nobody there to confirm the maker of the puzzle has passed away as of 2005. And so there's probably nobody living that actually can confirm somebody's theories or assumptions. So what this channel has become is sort of a support group, the same way you would have a support group for Narcotics Anonymous or Alcoholics Anonymous. We are a support group of treasure hunters who cannot hunt treasures because it's illegal. We have several good theories. We have several insights, but it's just impossible to do so. So that's what we're here for, Miriam. What up, Dallas?
Oh, so hey, man, sorry, just figured it out. What's going on?
No worries, brother. We're all kind of new to the Discord world anyway. Hey, man. So you saying that you're using verse 1 and image 8, which is most commonly accepted for Houston for Dallas.
Yes, sir. I believe I have a lot of data backing that up. Yes.
All right, well, tell us about it, because I know there's certain people. The last guest that we just had on, he was explaining that one of the themes in the image looks like a tower in Dallas. Is that where you got this idea from?
I'm oh God, dog, y'all threw me into this, and I feel like I'm put on the spot. But
don't feel pressure, man. There's not a lot of people watching. It's not like we're broadcasting around the world. So
no, so okay,
casual.
so you're familiar with the whole Slumdog Millionaire movie? Have you seen that?
I saw bits and pieces of it a very long time ago.
Okay. Forget then my basically the Slumdog Millionaire theme or whatever is just somebody who has been introduced to a lot of things that made sense to their puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
So my opinion is I just kind of got lucky, and this was like a Slumdog Millionaire uh, instance. So I'm from Dallas,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, there's the Reunion Tower. Looks a lot like what is resembled in uh, painting 8. Okay. Uh, there, the Hyatt Regency. Thank you for putting that up. The Hyatt Regency Hotel looks very similar to. Damn, you're on top of it. Looks very similar to the reflections of the dunes. Are you looking at Hyatt Regency right now? What are you looking at?
This is the Dallas Tower, the one that looks like.
Yeah, okay. That's Reunion Tower. You're looking at Reunion Tower.
It was
What's your name again? Just so we. I mean, I need to be formal here.
no, sure. My name's Adam.
Adam. I'm Ryan. I'm again from Dallas. Where are you from, Adam? Just so we're all formal here.
Oh no,
I'm
sure.
kind of formal.
I'm from New York City.
All right, right on, right on. I got a cousin that lives there. Uh, so you looked at Reunion Tower, right?
Mm-hmm.
I see that. That's what you're looking at now.
And what was the other one?
The Hyatt Regency, Hyatt Regency Hotel, downtown Dallas. Okay. Just go to Google Images. Man, this is interesting. I've never been on one of these. This is awesome. Yeah, you can click on that or go to Google Images, whatever.
Let's see.
Okay, if you click on that, so the Hyatt Regency and the Reunion Tower were both completed in 1978. Okay, in my opinion, the Hyatt Regency is made up completely of mirrors, glass windows, mirrors, whatever you want to call it. They are indicative. Okay, that's a pretty solid. Not the exact one I would pick, but that's a pretty good one. They are made up of it's a mirrors, and in my opinion, it's the dunes in the image 8 that reflect the sky.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to, can you throw up the image again, if you don't mind?
Which one? The Union Tower?
No, sir. The image 8 from The Secret.
Oh yeah, sure.
Damn, you're awesome. So if you look at the dune, there's a tower with a ball on it, and then if you look in the distance, the the dunes in the back that are reflecting the sky.
Right here.
Yes, sir. Exactly. The Hyatt Regency. Damn, I'm not ready for this, but there's certain areas from when you can be around Reunion Tower where this looks like it makes more sense.
Mm-hmm.
But the reflection of the dunes, I believe, is the reflection of the Hyatt Regency, the sky. It's reflecting the sky.
Okay, I got what you're saying.
Yeah. So okay. So you have the Hyatt Regency, right? Reflecting the sky. That's a decent image of what I'm talking about. You have the Reunion Tower. Okay. So I'll go into this. So if you can go back to the image 8, please, sir.
Sure.
Okay. So, oh man, that's not a good image. You can't see the bottom. I need one where I can see the bottom. Okay, no, I can. I turn my phone. Okay, so you have. Are you familiar with the importance of Jack Ruby with the city of Dallas?
No, actually, I'm not.
You're not. Wow. Okay, that's Jack Ruby is who shot Lee Harvey Oswald in downtown Dallas in 1963.
Oh yes, 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 yes.
Yes, okay. So there's a ruby in this picture. That's the gem in this picture. Okay.
Hmm.
So Jack Ruby, going back to that real quick, we'll get back to that. In the base of the tower with the ball on it, the front tower, there's three holes. What I am going to call are bullet holes.
Ooh.
Do you see what I'm talking about? The front tower.
Right here.
The front tower. Yes, sir. That's the top one. Go down. If you go down from there, there's two more. I'm going to call those three bullet holes.
Interesting.
Okay. Okay. Lee Harvey Oswald shot at JFK 3 times. Okay. Are you familiar with this, or you're just
no.
You take my word for it, or
No. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's very interesting. Yeah, keep going.
yes. Don't get me. Hey, brother, I'm just getting warmed up. Okay. Yes, Lee Harvey Oswald shot at JFK 3 times. Jack Ruby killed Lee Harvey Oswald 2 days later, and if you go in and you look at rubies online, none of them are water drop shaped as this is. There are some circular shaped ones, but they do have flat edges to make them round. Dallas is known as being a city of spilled blood. So to me, that's Jack Ruby, because it's a ruby, and it's also a drop of blood. Okay, so 3 bullet holes. Oh God, dog! I was not ready for this. I don't know how to share my images. Is there a way to share images for me?
What you could do is you can drag it into the Discord chat and it'll pop up on my end and I could put it on my screen.
Dang it, I don't know how to do that. Is there a
Are you on a laptop?
No, I'm on an iPhone right now. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, let me hang it.
If you want I can give you my email and you can email it to me and I can put it up that way.
Let me just like, how many people are on this right now? Is it just me and you, or is there a few people, or what?
We probably have. Well, it's just me and you.
Probably what?
It's just me and you in the chat. The people that are watching is probably like 4 or 5.
Okay. I'm trying to like look at some of this to see if how I can bring in some of my images. But I'm not looking at what I got. I don't see anything. How do I email you then? This is like a whole. This is a whole thing we would have to set up for. But I'm telling you, I think I have a lot that is compelling here. Like how long is this Discord thing gonna go? If we could get off and I could try to get on a phone call with you and text you stuff back and forth. Like I'm trying to be as easy as possible.
Like I said, the best way probably to do that. You could take your time. There's no rush, because there's other things we're covering too. But you could probably just email me. Probably would be the best way. Like I said, you don't have to feel pressured into
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, this is a very casual chat.
How about right now, this one time, we just, unless you're just really wanting me to like spill my guts, which I'm not opposed to, we like circle back to this? I mean, what I wasn't listening before, but like what's going on? What are we trying to accomplish? Uh,
So basically, what I guess what the channel stands for right now is that obviously there's a lot of people that've been doing the treasure hunt for a very long time, and then they came into the
right.
problem that they can't really dig their theories because digging is now illegal in most of the places that people want to dig.
Sure, it is for me too. It is for me.
Exactly. So I think in one term, we're kind of trying to problem solve that. Another term, we're trying to put the best theories forward because we're not going to get the opportunities to dig everybody's ideas.
Yes, sir.
That would be impossible, right? So we're trying to do that as well, and also we stand for being kind of like a support group because again, like
Yeah.
if anybody's been in this treasure hunt, it becomes very addictive.
Yes, I
and
would agree. Yeah.
and then you don't want to really talk to your wife or your significant other about this because their eyes are rolling back of their head.
I go through that on a monthly basis. Yes, sir. I understand what you're talking about.
So that's pretty much what we're doing. We're keeping it casual, but the we do have the consideration and the idea of trying to help each other out where we can. And if we can help certain people dig, and maybe one day we can help. Like at this point, we think we're just gonna have to do things illegally if we want to get anything accomplished. And so maybe we can figure out ways about doing that.
Yeah, that we're what dog? How long are you gonna be on there? I know this is your channel. And I've been seeing you post stuff, and I've appreciated it. And I'm new to this whole Discord thing, and I want to get better at it. I'm not a total illiterate, IT guy, but I'm also not like I'm not gonna reprogram your computer tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I want to. Man, I wish there was a better way. If I knew how to utilize this, my point is, I'm wondering if there's a way you and I can have some sort of conversation. Me show you some stuff, and you teach me Discord, and then you go. I think you're gonna say, "God damn, dude, you're onto something," and then we go from there. And I'm totally cool with sharing my solve. This is
No, you have to put your thoughts together and you have to put everything together in order to present it correctly. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
No, look, if you want, I can give you some pointers. There's also probably other people in the Discord chat that can help you out as far as like figuring out how to send the files and do all that. I'll send you my email address as well if you want to send it there. And then you can collect everything together and you can come back and talk about it if you want, or you can continue. Whichever way you feel more comfortable is fine with me.
Man, yeah, I'm trying to be the most easygoing. All right, hold on. I'm looking at my options here. I've already told you that. Okay, this is one way to do this. Okay, this is one way to do this. You've already shown you can look stuff up on the internet, right? And then throw it up real easy. So I've already told you. I gave you the Jack Ruby, right?
Yes.
I gave you the 3 bullet holes. If you look at that, do you, in your opinion, just off, do you think that that's nut, or could you see that's possibly 3 bullet holes?
I could understand where you get that from. I don't think it's a total stretch.
Okay, that's okay. Okay, so that's not okay. Not a stretch. Okay, so thank you. All right, so right away, city identifier is the Reunion Tower.
Mm-hmm.
Think about 1981, 1982. I'm 48. I didn't know what New York City skyline looked like. I didn't know what San Francisco skyline looked like. I didn't know what Chicago's. You probably didn't know what Dallas' skyline looked like, right?
No, absolutely. I don't know much about Dallas except probably the JFK situation, and didn't even remember that off the top of my head when you mentioned it.
Okay, so just right off the bat, like I've seen posts about people saying they, the city identifiers. So there's stuff out there about, Byron Price was trying to sell books. So he is going to try to do some of the bigger cities, in my opinion. And at that time in 1980, Dallas was the seventh most populous city in the United States in the lower 48.
Mm-hmm.
So, you got Chicago, you got New York, you got San Francisco. Again, some of the most populous cities. You're trying to sell books. You want people to be able to identify certain things. So, okay, you got Reunion Tower. I've told you about the Ruby. JFK was shot at 3 different times. The Camelot, the camel,
Mm-hmm.
up top the back pillar. JFK's regime, his a group was known as the Camelot. Uh, uh, his era was known as Camelot. Now I
Mm-hmm.
know Camelot doesn't have anything to do with camels, but I believe it's a play on words.
Right.
But if you look up Camelot and JFK, it was a play on words. Okay, so that pillar has no shadow. The other ones have shadows. Everything else has shadows.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a couple things to that, I believe. The school book depository where Lee Harvey Oswald shot at JFK from is exactly north from Reunion Tower. So that's either showing 12 o'clock noon, and that's why there's no shadow. Or if you look into the history of the Lee Harvey Oswald photo with him holding the gun, the old history, 1980, 81, 82, shows that it was a fake photo. It was false. There used to be more uh, belief that it was taken at a different time than what the sun was shown. So you just have to look into that some yourself. But they say that the picture was taken at high noon based on the shadow on his face. So which would show no shadow. Okay. You
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
okay. So here's one other thing. So look up. So you see the genie crossing his arms.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind me asking, look up Tom Landry crossing his arms. He was the Dallas Cowboys coach, the original Dallas Cowboys coach. That even his statue has his arm crossed, which was after 81 or whatever. But everybody knew. Just if you look up Tom Landry arms crossed, there's tons. All of the pictures there's hundreds of pictures you find where his arms are crossed. Well, he was. I don't think you looked up arms crossed, did you?
I don't think I put that in the menu. Let me see. Hold on. Arms crossed.
If you look up Tom Landry arms crossed, there's tons of them. I mean, there's that was his kind of hit. Yeah, you even see a statue. I believe JJP and Byron Price had a whole bunch of double meanings, and I think that's one way he that was his nod to the Cowboys, which is a major thing for Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you can look it up. There's a ton of pictures of Tom Landry with his arm crossed. So I think that's the nod to that. So okay, so everybody always wants to know what the second pillar rhino type head is.
Mm-hmm.
There is a sculpture in front of Dallas City Hall that is a if you don't mind, look up the Google art piece in front of Dallas City Hall that's like bone vertebrae or bones, please.
Gotcha. Yeah. What was it that you wanted me to look up? I'm sorry.
Look up sculpture in front of Dallas City Hall that is like bone vertebrae or bones. Sculpture in front of Dallas City Hall that are sculptures.
Okay. Let's see if I find it.
Yeah. Okay, you see that thing?
Uh-huh.
That right there. There's a bunch of what you're clicking on. There's a bunch of different views from that. That's not a good view, but that's up close. There's a bunch of different views from that look like that rhino thing.
Okay.
If you don't mind, look through some of those other.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, scroll back up. You were there when you were up, like the one on the top left. Click on that. No, this is not the best. It's not the best one, but there's different ways to look at that sculpture that look like that. You're on the right pace, but that look it makes it look like that. That rhino head.
Okay. This is going too far. All right. So one person in the chat did have a question, and it was probably a question I should have asked.
Okay.
Before.
Yeah. What you got?
So the question that was asked is, how do you dispute the latitude longitude coordinates in the image?
Oh God, dog! I'm so glad you asked. Okay. So latitude and longitude, that's what you want to know, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the latitude and longitude of Dallas is 32 and 96. I'm going to have to send you a couple. We're going to have to figure this out. I'm going to have to figure out how to send you, like, do you have you were saying I can email you something. Do you have an easy email address? If I click, I don't know if I like get out of this.
Yeah,
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. I'm gonna type
Okay.
it right in the chat here on Discord.
Hold on. Let me try to. Yeah. Hey, damn it. I'm glad somebody asked that. So this is where we're going with this. Are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm trying to send something to you. Let me figure out a. Okay. if you don't mind, what's your email address?
It's
Yeah, can you read it off to me, please?
yeah, sure. It's AKAP
AKAP
LAN
ALN.
no AKAP. Wait, hold on.
Uh-huh.
LAN.
LAN.
410
410
at Gmail.
at Gmail. Okay, that's pretty easy. Okay. All right, I'm sending. I just see small whatever. All right, tell me if you got that.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
You get that?
Hold on, it's loading.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the email. I'm just trying to open it up now.
Okay.
It's just a lot of things loading right now. So. Okay, so it's a picture of the coordinates to Dallas.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's okay. So that's that, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So you see that it's 32 and 96.
Yes, and I'm actually gonna pull that up here.
All right. Let me look at that. Let me see what you got. Damn, I love this. I love that question. That's what I've been.
All right, so yeah, we have the coordinates 3296, 32
Yes,
north.
sir. And hey, please, anytime in our conversation, if I'm doing something that you think is a stretch, please tell me, and I'm going to do the same for you, right?
Sure, yeah, of course.
Okay, so Dallas is 3296. Okay. And dude, I love this because this is I think it's beneficial for everybody because it's a fucking crazy puzzle, right? And it's like I love this question because people are like, oh man, it's Houston because this. Like, no. What are you looking for now? I see you scrolling around. Like, what do you?
I'm just highlighting. I'm highlighting the coordinates that people are talking about in the image, which
But it just looks like you're scrolling around the image.
Yeah, no, I'm what do you call it? I'm magnifying it to get to that point.
But I think I sent you everything. I sent you the coordinates, and then I think I sent you the stuff in the screen. I mean, unless you're doing something different, I'm not sure what you're doing.
No. I got that, and I posted the coordinates, which is right here. Right. So what I'm doing right now is going back to the image and showing people who are looking which coordinates we're talking about in the image, which is one right here,
okay.
And one right there in the corner.
No. That's not. Yeah, I don't know. You posted the. I don't know how I go back and look at what you did. It's not the. I don't know what you clicked on. For sure, it's the 96, and the bottom and like the middle right. But I don't know where. Did you not see the pictures I sent you of the 32?
No. The only pictures
Okay.
The only pictures I got that you sent me was like the one where you made the red circle around the coordinates.
Okay, that's not in the same page. Let me are you still here?
Yeah.
Okay. Then there's more. Hold on. Okay, so okay, sorry, damn it, and my email shows it didn't send. Okay. All right. I just sent you a couple more. Sorry about that. Again, this is new to me, and
Take your
damn,
time.
I want everybody to be on the same page, man.
Don't worry about it, man. Like if you ever want to come back, we could do a more comprehensive explanation of this. This is a very casual
Yeah.
conversation. We're all hanging out on a Saturday night, so don't
I
feel
appreciate
pressure.
you setting this up, brother. I mean, hey, and you've been very accommodating and uh, for sure.
Well, some people think I have a big attitude problem, so I'm trying to be in my best behavior.
Dude, I haven't seen that whatsoever. There's one guy on the page that's like, the guy's like, man, he's a trip. But no, I've never seen your name involved with any of that. So,
So how long have you been involved in the treasure hunt?
dude, straight up, full disclosure. So, I saw the original uh, Expedition Unknown
Uh-huh.
thing, and when was that? 2017, 2018?
You 2017, yeah.
2017, I was like, holy, and I had been watching him since 2009 or whatever when he originally came on. Watched everything he did, like, oh shit, this is like my bag, this is my thing. Well, that came on, and me and my wife are watching, and we're like, oh shit, this is right up our alley. And so we told our kids about it, and they were like junior high, high school, okay. And again, this would be better on like a phone call, but they we told them about it. We spent a couple days on it, looked at a few things, and we're like, man, I'm like, what? Think this is Dallas? They Googled some stuff, and they go, oh no, it's Houston. Never mind. We stopped. Okay. So my son graduated college in December, and he goes, yeah, hey dad, me and my friend were talking about getting into something before we got our jobs. We talked about, I was telling him about that book, The Secret. Like, oh yeah, great idea. We start looking into it again. No lie, no bullshit. We totally forgot about the whole Houston thing. Well, we went off on our own tangent, looking online at all our stuff, and found so much Dallas stuff. Then we went online and realized, oh, well, everybody's saying that one image is Houston. By then, we had already found too many Dallas things, and then we ran with it, and it's, in my opinion, it's Dallas.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, shit. So, okay, did you get those other images I sent you?
Hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me check it out.
All right.
Um.
I
s-
sent you stuff
So,
on the coordinates.
so when did you join like the community? When did you find out about like the Facebook pages and all that stuff?
Okay, so the Facebook page, God, dog, I know they can look and tell you, but so I got back into it at the end of January. I bet I joined the Facebook page at the end of February or March sometime.
Of this year?
Um, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know. Hey, I know I'm a rookie, but I've found so much crap that, man, has given me a dig site that uh, I want to share it with people. I mean, I know there's a lot of people out there that say they have a good dig site and they have this. Man, I'm telling you, I have an X marks the spot that is. I mean, you know the whole fix and fence and fixture and all that.
Yeah.
In my opinion, I have something not far from that. I mean, I've found things that I've Googled, I've looked on Reddit, I've looked on 12 Treasures and the Q4T. I've found some stuff that, in my opinion, has not been located.
Okay.
And again, I would love to share it and get y'all's, get somebody's opinion on it.
Yeah, no, at very best, that's the only thing we can do for each other. So, definitely here
sure.
for that. Yeah. Okay,
I
so
had like, yeah. Have you got my emails about the
yeah,
court?
I do. I have one of them that's showing a 3.
Right. Is that the only one you got?
No. I got all 4 of them. Then
Okay,
there's the other one that's
so
highlighting the 2.
they're saying that the coordinates for Dallas are 32 and 96.
Uh-huh.
I don't think that's a stretch. If you got the right stuff that I'm looking at, I don't think that's a stretch. Do you?
The coordinates for Houston is what, 95, 96?
They're 90. They're 95 and 31 or something.
Let's see.
So for sure, the 96 to me is pretty solid, and I don't think the 32 is that much of a stretch. I mean, it's definitely a 3, and I don't think it's like a crazy 2, right?
Let me see.
I mean, for real. Like, what's your like? Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
I love.
We'll get into it because what I'm gonna do is locate it on the actual image and highlight it for everybody, and then.
Yeah, do that, please.
So this would be. Let me try to get the placement correct. I think I know where
All right.
it is.
So now that I've got your email in here, let me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, I'm scrolling through my images. I just want to make sure we're still talking.
So I'm pretty certain that it's if you look at my screen, I think you can see you can see my cursor. So this would be the 2 right here.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think that's a 3 and a 2. Do you think that's a stretch, what I'm looking at? A 3 and a 2 there.
I mean, to be honest, like looking at this one here,
Yeah. Yeah.
it definitely doesn't look anything like this one.
No. Of course not. No, I agree.
And then obviously we have this one here that looks more like what I would think like a coordinate would look like, but I'm not even sure. I'm not even really proficient in the Houston verse. We were actually talking about that just before you came in, that a lot of us kind of stopped looking or stopped talking about the Houston one because a while ago, I'm sure that you're familiar with Will House, who was another treasure hunter.
Yes, sir. I'm very familiar with him.
Right. So after that whole debacle, I think a lot of people just gave up, and nobody has really revisited it. And I think that's actually not a great idea, especially since Will House's findings were before the Boston solve. And after the Boston solve, we learned a lot more about the puzzles than we knew before, previous.
Okay. All right. Do you want to hear? Do you want to know what? Okay. So let me say this, and we'll get back to that 95 thing.
Okay.
We definitely, would you say definitely that's a 96?
Yes.
Okay, the 96 I sent you. Forget the 95. Okay. So the 32 I sent you, do you think that's a crazy stretch? And I want your honest opinion. Please look at all the images I sent you.
Yeah.
I definitely think there's a 3, right? It could be a 3. Right. I mean, would you say that could be a 3? What I sent you?
I mean, it's so the difficulty in it is that it doesn't really look like a 3.
Okay.
Because
okay.
one part of it is like really shaded lightly, and then the other part is shaded very darkly. So like the contrast doesn't make. I see the highlight that you made, and I could see it in my
sure.
in the image now that you've shown it to me.
Dude, swear to God, I'm not bullshitting you. I love your honesty, but okay, keep going.
Yeah, so like, and then the 3 verges into the 2, which is
Right.
untraditional for coordinates that we've seen in the
Good,
JJP image.
good point. Good point. Okay, let me throw this out there. The 2-ish thing that I highlighted, does that look like, if you look at the image as a whole, it looks like something is not right. It doesn't look like a leaf. It doesn't look like a branch.
Yeah, I agree
Uh,
with you.
it looks like something there. So okay, so we're about to go somewhere else. So let's go back, since we're gonna go back to this. Let's go back to the whole 9-5 thing. Since day one, since I started looking at this, I always thought, I go, man, I don't before I even knew about Houston or anything. I'm looking at this and I thought that's either 95 or 957, or that's 1957. My whole Before I knew about anything, that's what I thought. It's not. I didn't manufacture this because of a certain thing. So let me send you a couple of things. Give me a second. I'm scrolling through my photos. And hey, I appreciate you doing this. To me, this is very beneficial to all of us, right? Don't you think?
No, it's very beneficial. It's probably a little bit of a mental and psychological release as well, right? It's a little cathartic to like just blur
Yeah.
out your stuff, man. I get it, dude. Like we're in the same boat, and I think I think everybody, 100% of the community, like wants to talk about it with somebody that wants to listen.
Dude, you nailed it. Because my wife is sick of hearing about it. My kids are sick of hearing about it. So for months, I'm just like, all right, I'm keeping this shit to myself. Hold on, I'm looking. So let me while you're at it, while if you don't mind, while I'm looking through my photos, let me send you this. This is just. I'm sorry. One more time. What was the start of your email so I can put it in and it'll pop up?
Oh, sure. It's A Kaplan, so AKAP.
Okay, here it is. So this is a photo from part of my solve. Look, while I'm looking for my other stuff, uh, this is this, and the leaves in the hang it, the leaves in the painting are the same as what's in this area. All right, shit, what was I looking for? Okay, I was looking for the 1957. Okay, so you're thinking that was 95, or a lot of people think this is 95, and I'm telling you, brother, it's not. Hold on, damn it. All right. This is kind of an unconventional way for me to like do this. Hey, I don't know if I deleted some photos. I don't think I did.
So is this the only puzzle that you're interested in?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay. There's no shame in that. Since I think it's I don't think it's uncommon that the place that you're from is the one that you're usually going to be interested in the most, because you have the
Right.
most chance of actually trying to solve it and dig it.
Dude, I've got a lot of boots on the ground. Dude, I'm sorry. I'm gonna try. I've been drinking tonight. One more time? What's the first letter of your email address?
It's A K.
Hey, Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm sending you a couple of pictures. I think I sent you a couple. Let me know if you got them.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
But now it is very cathartic to talk about this with somebody who thinks they're onto something. But I'm telling you, I have a pretty solid dig site. Where are you in far as far in back of the book stuff? Are you into it? What's your story with that?
Oh, with the field guide.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we just actually had a long discussion about that. So
Along what you're cutting out?
Oh,
You're cutting out real bad.
I'm sorry about that. Sometimes there's a little bit of latency.
No, you're good.
No, so we were talking about the field guide a little bit earlier before you came in. I'm in the camp that the field guide does not have any clues, and it's not intended to have any clues.
Okay.
The reason that I feel very strongly about that, and I posted it in the Facebook groups and other places, is that there was like 2 or 3 articles that had came out around 1982, 1983.
Okay.
These were articles where either the person was interviewing Byron Price, or they were talking about Ted Mann and Sean Kelly, who had written the field guide. Now, one article is titled "Book on Fairies is Hard to Sell," and I believe that one is a publisher in Toronto. It was for a Toronto newspaper at the time, and basically the article describes how these guys from National Lampoons had made this book, and it's a satirical book that has all these like mythical creatures like fairies and goblins, and it's very satirical, and it has all to do with like politics and current events, but they were unable to get a publisher. Nobody wanted to publish the book.
Right.
Then at the last hour, as the article continues, it says at the last hour, a publisher by the name of Byron Price came in and published the book for them and made it part of the secret. So the field guide in itself was written before the secret and apart. They didn't even know the 2 themes were going on. So while one's being written, the other one is trying to already get published. So that automatically means that this was obviously a separate entity that Byron Price then adopted and put into his book, pretty much like a filler. Because if the book alone is only with the images and verses, it's maybe 40 pages. So I think in order to make the book more expansive and more alluring for people to pick up, make it thicker. So he put in this whole field guide. And if you look at the back of the field guide, it even tells you, like, it gives you a submission form. And the submission form is for you to create your own fair person and submit it to Byron Price, which he was then going to make The Secret, A Treasure Hunt Part 2, and he was going to include all these fair people that was submitted to him by the readers. Then there's also a separate article where they're actually interviewing Byron Price himself. And in that article, he talks about the field guide, and he says that there's no clues after the image and verse.
I've heard about that. I've heard about that, but man, okay.
So, there's a caveat here, and the caveat is that JJP did some of the illustrations in the back of the book. Now, there's certain people that feel that, and I agree with them. JJP, anytime that he can get the opportunity to put like a little cryptic clue in his painting just to like torture people, he seems to love to do that. So if you look at the back of the book, and you remember Wheelhouse's theory with the train of 982 train, so there's a picture of that train in the back of the book. So that's not something that you could just glance over and say there's just nothing there. So I mean, look, there's a little bit of this, that, and the other, but my prescription to people is don't use the back of the book in order to find clues. Most of the time, at very best, you can say, like, after it's found and you go in back of the book, like Chicago Chicago was found in Grant Park, and if you go in back of the book and you see the Chicago World Ferry, you can make
Yeah.
certain you can make certain connections between what is said in those excerpts to Grant Park,
Uh-huh.
like the National Convention,
For sure.
right? You know, so
Yeah.
yeah, so like that's how I feel about the field guy. I know a lot of people rely on it for like their entire theories, and I think like once you do that, my eyes kind of glaze over. Now you kind of lost my interest. I try to give people the fair chance of talking about it, but it doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a really solid thing. It actually loses. It actually loses people who would probably be on your side otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah. Man, I want to dig this fucking thing up just to show what's out there. Oh man, there's even to the Chicago World's Ferry. There's a connection to the Dallas thing. I mean, in my opinion, I got to keep saying that because it upsets people. But man, I'm telling you, it's a lot. There's a lot of stuff I've found, and I know other people have found things they think is to their solve. But I feel like I found some concrete stuff, and the whole. I think I found even the fence and the fixture thing that would it would change some people's mind for sure about the whole Dallas Houston thing, man. It's it's not an easy thing that I can just do over this Discord that I've never messed with.
Well, yeah, this is another good thing about talking this out with other people that know what you're talking about. Is that you're either gonna
Yeah.
make your theory solid or it's gonna fall apart in front of everybody's face.
Yeah,
One,
right.
one or the other is gonna happen, and you should be proud for both. Because if it falls apart in your face, then you can move on and you can say, you know what, I was wrong about that. I've made about 5 different New York City theories. Okay.
Yeah.
I know how stupid the first 4 sound. I
Yeah.
just know, you know what I mean? And like, that's just how it is. It's better to be wrong and know that you're wrong and move on.
Yeah.
If you are, then it is. But if you're not, and like you get more people on your side, then that's even more better for you. You know what I mean? It's always a net positive here.
Okay, I just sent you 4 pictures in an email. If you don't mind, can you see those? Pull those up, please, sir, and see what you see. Or just pull them up and let me explain them,
Okay. Hold on once.
if you don't mind.
Would you like me to pull them up on the screen here?
Sure, yeah, sure. Let me go back. I don't mind that at all.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me
Okay, so and let me start explaining a little bit. Dallas was, for decades, I'm talking 70, 80, 90, 100 years, the cotton mecca of the world. That's why we have our football game here is the Cotton Bowl, okay? Which there's a reference in the back of the book to that, but the Cotton Bowl, we were the cotton stuff. So that tornado thing, that the genie is also the at that place is at the time the world's largest cotton gin manufacturing company.
Mm-hmm.
Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So at the cotton gin company, the largest in the world, there was that water tower. Okay. Since I've figured this out, I'm going to estimate 30 water towers of that exact same build, the exact same thing. That's the only one that doesn't have the middle pipe coming down, the feeder or the drain pipe, every one of them still have the feeder or drain pipe. Let me know when you see what I'm talking about.
All right. So if you look at my screen, I pulled up one of the photos that you sent me.
I'm still seeing an old photo on your screen.
Are you? Hold on 1 second.
I'm
Oh,
still
okay.
seeing like the.
Yeah, because this is it's two different. Oh, hold on. I'll put it up here too. Hold
I'm
on.
still seeing like the actual painting.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll pull it up for you. Go. All right. So I got the first photo here. Is that coming through for you?
No, I'm seeing an old photo of the. No, I'm not seeing that.
That's weird. All right. Well, I'll just describe it because I guess the audience could see it, but you can't for some reason. So the first photo is one of those towers that looks like, with the ball on top of it. You should be able to, if you click on my screen, you should be able to see it.
I need to click like a certain screen or what?
Well, from what you're looking at, you should be able to see it, but I'm not sure if you can. It's all right. Don't stress yourself out trying to look for it.
I just want to make sure you're like explaining the right thing is the issue.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean I'm looking like a something else I sent you earlier, or yeah, I think it's something you Googled earlier. It's not even something I sent you.
All right, hold on. Let me just change it, and maybe there's a difference there. Hold on 1 second.
You're doing something now. I see. Are there still people watching and listening?
Yeah, there's about 6.
No. Uh-huh.
All right, so now I have a black and white photo here. Do you see that one?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay.
I see that.
The Dallas.
Now that's the okay. So those photos are. I didn't send you those though. Those are photos of the 1957 tornado in Dallas, which is still to this day the deadliest tornado in Dallas history. Which I think that one area is says 1957, and it also there's more to 1957 in Dallas that it explains. But yeah, that's I didn't send you that. I don't know what you're looking at.
No, you absolutely did send this to me. Maybe you didn't mean to, but you absolutely did because this was in my email.
Weird. I don't know. I've never even seen these pictures before.
Yeah, so I got
But yeah,
that
mate.
one, that one.
That one, 100% I've seen that one. That's the 1957 tornado in Dallas, which I think is that's it's. I mean, it's showing in the painting. It shows 1957, and then there's a tornado in the painting, which is means other things. But yeah, that one for sure I sent you. Maybe I sent you those other ones, and I didn't. I don't remember saving those other ones. I don't know why I would have sent them to you.
It's no worries. Okay. All right, so we have these. What else? Sorry, sometimes it's a little difficult to transition from one window to the next here. Uh, Plus, we have so many things here. Capture, okay. We'll go back to this. All right. So I mean, what I find I find the theory that you're proposing compelling. I like the Camelot reference.
Yeah.
Even the bullet hole thing. I mean, I get it. You know what I mean? Like I don't find that to be like totally like out far of a stretch in a sense.
Yeah.
You will always find pushback from the community. I'm sure you already known that because of the coordinates. They're
Oh
always
yeah.
they're always just gonna keep pointing right back to that, and then game over.
Right.
So that's always gonna be your biggest hurdle, no matter what, when trying to like convey this theory to other people. Does that mean that
Yeah.
it's wrong? I mean, like I said, like from traditionally knowing like what these coordinates look like, and they're pretty much, although they're sometimes very subjective, like in the New York image, the coordinates there, like it's traditionally what we would expect, but it's still very kind of, it's difficult for some people to see it.
Yeah.
So that's why I give a little bit of grace when like saying that the coordinates are everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not, and there's people that have different theories about the coordinates as well. They think that there's more than one set of coordinates in the images, and they have very good evidence and proposals about that as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like I said, it's not a bad theory, and also like some of the image matches that you proposed, those are pretty spot on as well. That might not be exclusive to the Dallas area. Maybe there's places in Houston that have the same type of themes there, I'm sure. But yeah, no, I think all in all, you have a good theory.
There's a lot there, brother. But yeah. What do you do till I find it?
Well, yeah, that's again like where we all come down to, and where all of our frustrations branch into, is that the digging problem is not one
Yeah.
that's going to be easily solved.
No, it's not. They're not. I've talked to the city of Dallas, and they're not cool on it. But what do you do?
Well, no city is. And there's a lot there's a lot of like misinformation out there that people think. So I posed this question in one of the Facebook groups, and I had said, what do you think is the main reason why more casks have not been found in 40 plus years? And obviously you're going to get people who say, you know what, you got the cities wrong. You know what, you got the image and verse pairings wrong. You know what, you have, like, you guys have been doing everything wrong, and
Right.
blah, 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 blah. The
Yeah.
main reason why none of these have been found, and I just explained it to somebody else, is that the book wasn't very popular for a very long time. The height of its popularity is now, where
I agree.
you
It's too late.
I mean, in some cases, it is going to be too late. In some cases, I'm sure these sites are covered up. They've been built over. If any of them are by the coast, like Roanoke, they think it's right next to the coast. That one is probably
Right.
gone from just beach erosion. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, like, you're going to have that problem. And then you're also going to have the problem of when you look at a spot today on Google Earth, it might not look the same as it did before, and you might not have access to old maps that show what was there before. So like things that he might have used as clues could be gone, and you might not even be able to find enough information to recreate that scene. The biggest problem is obviously we can't dig everywhere that we want to dig. This is not 1982. Especially after 9/11 and heightened security around the country, you can't just go to a random park and put a shovel in it. In New York City, I've talked to the city department, not the city department, the parks department. I've spoken to council members, and at the end of the day, what ends up happening is what their bottom line is, and what they're worried about is that you go digging someplace, you hit a pipe. you burst it, and you cause millions of dollars in damage for a treasure hunt. That's what
Right.
they're going to be pissed off about. They want insurance. They want to know that if something happens, you have enough to cover you. So in New York, if you want to dig legally, you have to do what they call a scientific dig, meaning you have a major institution like a school, a college that's backing up uh your that's backing up your dig. Maybe it's because you think there's like Revolutionary War artifacts in the ground and you want to dig it up, whatever it is, but you have to make that proposal and there has to be money behind that proposal just in case anything goes awry. Um, we also have to understand this is a very niche treasure hunt.
Yeah, very much. Yeah.
It's not worth much. So you're not going to
Right.
get people from around the world. If this thing was worth $1 million, all 12 would have been found.
For sure. Yeah.
That's it. You know what I mean? But it's not. It's niche. Not a lot of people know about it. It's not a national treasure as many people think. I've heard people say, "Well, if I find a cask, I'm gonna give it to the museum," and I'm like, "Do you think a fucking museum wants your cask?"
Right.
They don't.
Yeah.
It's not. It's this is not a 200, 300-year-old artifact that's gonna explain the culture of a society back then. This is
Sure.
just, it's something very niche, like I said. So this is where we lie. We're not really going to get permission to any of the spots, and so we might have to do illegal digs. And the advice I
Yes,
gave
sir.
to other people is, in my experience when doing illegal digs, allegedly doing illegal digs,
Right. Right.
the best thing to do is actually what Byron Price did, and is put on a construction vest, put on a hard hat, get about 5 or 6 of your friends to crowd around you and act like they're like cleaning up the park or maybe like looking for something and reorganizing stuff. That's what we did. We dug in Central Park. We literally volunteered to help clean up the park,
That's it.
and
Yeah.
they gave us a vest and a probe.
Yeah.
So it was like the work was pretty much done for us. And even when we went to Bay Ridge, we went to Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, and dug several times. We did the same thing. We wore vests, and you would be surprised how many people came up to us and looked at us as authority figures and would ask us
Sure.
like, "Oh, where is this monument in the park? We're looking for it." And we're like, "Dude, we don't give a fuck. We're just here to dig a treasure, But not telling
Right.
anybody that. So like.
Right.
If you're definitely gonna go for a dig, the worst thing you can do is go by yourself in black clothing like a ninja, like one of my friends does.
Right. Right.
You will. I mean, like worst case scenario, some crazy cop comes up to you and thinks you're doing something insane like digging up a body or burying one, and they put 4 holes in you.
Right.
That's literally a
No,
worst case scenario.
That's my line of work. Is I'm a fiber splicer for 27 years for AT&T, so I'm used to digging. I don't dig, obviously. We have contractors do all that, but no, we're always in hard hats and orange vests. And trust me, my dig spot multiple times is not in my area where I work, but I've thought about driving my bucket truck and my trailer over there and thinking setting up and just like, hey, the problem is I've been there 27 years at AT&T. I've got 3 years before I can retire. So I don't want to do like just totally jeopardize everything, but I get the whole, I make a living on people digging in the wrong spot and cutting the shit they're not supposed to cut, and I get to go work overtime on it. So I totally understand a lot of this, whether it's plumbing or drainage or communications. I get you can't just go start digging everywhere, but on the same note, I know how to go. We pay people to hand dig. We use sharpshooter shovels, and I know where the shit's at. I just haven't got the balls enough to go dig in my spot yet.
Yeah, no, I've What do you think about GPRs?
No, so I'd like to GPR my spot, and I've I've been to my dig spot, honestly, which I think if you and I were on the phone and we, I went over some stuff with you and I could, tell you why I think my dig spot's my dig spot. I've gone over there a shitload of times, and one time I was there, and I saw some guys that are locators. Which you know what a locator is?
Not really. Explain it to
A
me.
locator is if you're a utility or you're doing something and you're about to dig somewhere, you have to call in locators. They come in and locate all the utilities, and that's when they spray paint the different colors on the ground to show what's where. And that's my line of work. That's what I do for work. So uh, one day I was there and there were locators there, and I'm like, shit, I'm not going anywhere. And there's been construction in the area of where my solve and dig spot is. So I'm there this one day, and I waited and waited and waited. Finally, these guys come out, and I'm like, "Hey, do you guys have?" I talked to them, and I told them exactly what I'm doing. They're like, "Damn, that sounds awesome." And I said, "Do y'all have GPRs?" And they said, "No, another branch of our company does, but we don't." And I tried to get them to do some GPR stuff for that area, and they're like, "Man, we just can't make it happen." But I'm going tomorrow to my dig spot and to check it out. But yeah, no, I would love. I want to GPR my spot. So, what's your thought on GPR?
So I think I was pretty up for it in the beginning, especially like, I mean, the idea of a GPR is pretty awesome, but then in theory it sounds good, but in practice it kind of sucks. So what ended up happening is we actually did rent out a GPR for the site in New York that I think it's in.
Yeah.
It was $900 an hour.
Okay.
Which isn't that bad because we weren't going to use it for more than 1 hour. We probably used it for like 30 minutes, maybe.
Right.
The problem is that it is going to give you a lot of false positives.
Right.
And more so, it's not able to, like, if you ask anybody who uses a GPR and knows about it, it would never be able to detect that box. So the only thing it would be able to detect would be if the hole was dug freshly, it would show you that there was a hole dug freshly because it would show you the disturbance in the ground. It would show you where like one layer of dirt meets the other layer of dirt. It would show you voids. So that's kind of helpful, but I mean, it could work, but most chances it doesn't seem like it will. So, I mean, but like, what other choices do you have, especially like when we can't dig? So, like, I understand GPR, and honestly, like, I might try to GPR in my area again now, knowing what I do know. So I'm not totally against it, but I don't think anybody should depend on it as saying like, oh, I GPR'd the area and I didn't see anything, so it's not there.
Yeah.
It's not that conclusive, is what I'm trying to get at. Like,
I know. Same with probing. That's like.
Oh no, probing is horrible.
I probed, and then I'm like, this is weird. Here's a problem too: is there's oak trees everywhere where my solve is, and I feel some roots, I feel some void, somewhere it's not. I'm like, man, but I never felt anything, so I kind of looked into the Facebook page, and some people have done some stuff on that, and you're not going to get. It's hard to find your with the probe. It's one dude buried his stuff and waited 2 weeks, and it took him a handful of tries to even find his own box he built, even with probing where he knew it was.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, absolutely, and people have to realize the box is very tiny. It's like, I think I forgot the dimensions, like 5x8 or something like that, or 6x8 something.
Right, something like that.
It's a very small box, and maybe the chances that like it's already been broken. Maybe the plexiglass, bent in, from the weight and pressure. I don't know, but the chance of you hitting that directly with a probe, it would only have to be in like a situation like Cleveland, where like there's not much wiggle room, meaning like they knew it was in
Right.
the corner of a planter box and there's only 4 corners, so your process of elimination is very, very small.
Right.
But if you're in like a baseball field in Boston and you're trying to probe there, good luck.
That's hard. Yeah, good luck. Yeah, that's hard. And unless you knew exactly it was 4 feet over towards third base from home plate. You know, I mean, and even then, you got to get lucky. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, even then you're right. Even then you have to get lucky. But like one of the things that we were discussing before is that there is no precise location in any
Yeah.
of the verses or any of the paintings. And I know some
Yeah.
people are trying to like kind of look for something, but like, look, you know how coordinates work. The longer the coordinate is, the more specific it is to an area. So like if you have a instead of a 4-digit coordinate, if you had an 8-digit coordinate, that's pinpoint accuracy. That means you can find a needle in a literal haystack. He didn't choose to do
Right.
that, and it's very broad. And if you look at the Chicago guys, how many times did they have to dig a hole, even with pictures,
lot.
even with help?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's not going to be that easy. I'm afraid in some of these places, some places might be just like Cleveland, like in a little small possible area, but
Yeah.
I think the vast majority is gonna. I think at least 2 of them are probably gone because of construction and the test of time, and
Yeah.
the other ones are just unreachable by legal means. So you have to get extremely creative and take some risks because it's the only way you're gonna win.
Hey, I'm telling you, I'm not saying I have like a 1 inch by 1 inch square, but I feel like I've found I have at least like a foot by foot square where he's telling us it is. And I mean, again, there's a lot to it. I don't think it's a stretch. It's driving me crazy that I can't dig in that, and I'm going to have to at some point. But I'm telling you, I feel like with my solve, he's given us a foot by foot square. So we'll see.
No,
I don't know. It's nuts.
no, I get it, man. It's nuts, and like I always wish everybody luck if they can, because like it's great that you only have a 1 by 1, because like if you dig that place and it's not there, at least you could go home satisfied knowing that you tried and it's not.
100%. I've told my wife that. I'm like, dude. She even said, like, so my issue is, one, I used to be a gangster in the motherfucking back in the day. I mean, I was a damn fool. But my job now that I've been at for 27 years, they pull our record every year. So my wife knows how I'm into this thing, and she's not into it like this, but she knows I'm losing sleep over it. And she's like, "Look, I'll dig it up for you. I don't care. I don't care about that stuff. But I'm thinking I've got 3 years before I can retire, and if I don't, I'm trying to get permission to dig, but they're not having it. But there's still some stuff going on, and if they don't let me have permission by then, I'm just gonna go in the middle of the night and try to dig there. And if I get popped, I get popped. But it is what it is.
I mean, look, depending on your location, again, I don't know it, and I don't know Dallas too well or in the area or whatever, but don't do it in the middle of the night. Don't look suspicious. Like, do it broad daylight in front of everybody's face.
Right.
Because then it doesn't look suspicious and it doesn't look like you're hiding something. And if the cops come, you could always just, I'm an old man. I don't know what I'm doing.
Right,
like do whatever you can to like wiggle yourself out of the situation. Most cops are not going to give 2 shits. I think cops right now have bigger problems.
Right.
God forbid you get a cop with a hard on for like park maintenance or something. But like I think those chances are low. So like, again, if you have a small spot like that, get a few friends, get some construction vest, and you might as well go for it, because look, at the end of the day, like, you're not doing it for more than the reason to like scratch that itch that you have. That's all.
Right. Yeah.
And
No,
it ends up being worth it, dude, because I like I'm gonna move out of New York City sooner or later, and I know that if the cask isn't found by then, I'm gonna leave kind of like with this feeling like I'm leaving something behind. Like
yeah.
I didn't
Yeah.
finish what I started, and I'm pissed off about that.
Right.
But this is where we're at in the game. I mean, look, some of us have been doing this. Some guys have been doing this for 20 years. All right, and they
Hey man, I appreciate you. Like it, you said it earlier. It's like sometimes you just gotta talk to somebody about it. It's. I mean, I'm not nuts. I'm crazy as just anybody else. I mean, I get up and go to work every day, but it's like this thing. It once I started looking into it and I started finding things that like made me figure out where it's at over and over and over. It's hard to like get rid of. You know what I'm saying?
no, yeah, it's an addiction.
It's a trip, man.
It's an addiction, especially when you spend so much time doing researches and going down rabbit holes, and you invested
Oh yeah.
something into this. You invested a lot of time, and you want to
Yeah.
see some fruits for your labor.
Yeah.
You know, it's look. There's even a point to like I don't even want credit if it's found because like
Right.
I've done a really good job. I'm pretty infamous in the community.
Uh-huh.
Since you only came in February, you were not around for some of the fireworks that happened in the earlier days with the
Yeah.
community members. But
Yeah.
I'm pretty infamous, and some of the things that I'm infamous for is like my theory, and you know I'm got the same pushback that anybody else would. You're crazy, you're nuts, and then
Yeah.
3 years later, somebody takes my theory and says it's theirs.
Right.
You know what I mean? It happens. Um, at some point, there would be solace. I would take solace in the fact that somebody found it in the location that I said that they would find it 5 years ago. If that
Right.
happens, I would be still okay with it. It wouldn't be.
Mm.
I wouldn't be really happy about that, but
Mhm.
you know, it is what it is.
When did you get started? Was it Expedition Unknown or before that?
No, it was actually an Expedition Unknown. So I think that Expedition Unknown, the same one that you're talking about, it came out like January, February of 2017.
Yeah. You're right. Right.
And I
That
had
makes
just
sense to me.
yeah, I had just like had a breakup. I had nothing to do. I was a little bit
Gotcha.
depressed.
Yeah.
And I saw that episode, and they said it was New York, and me and my nephew got really interested. My nephew's older; he's not a little kid. But me and my
Yeah.
nephew got really interested in it, and we started, you know, making theories. And mind you, like we didn't really know much, man. So that's why I give a lot of grace to other people who have come into this puzzle fresh, new, and like they're
Yeah.
making all these theories and they believe it 100%. We did the same thing. We went
Right.
to
I understand.
we
I
went to
know.
we went to horrible ghetto locations in New York City and was like, this has to be it. And there was literally no reason to be there, dude. I almost got killed
Yeah.
once.
Yeah. Well, you need to pack some heat, brother. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I almost got killed once by a Rottweiler.
God dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another reason to pack some heat, man. Get rid of that Rottweiler.
Unfortunately, we live in New York City, so if you
Yeah, we live in Dallas. Everybody's got pistols on their side, so that's how we roll.
yeah, I wish it was like that in New York City at some point, but like at another point, like a bunch of New Yorkers who are very angry and aggressive already with guns is a horrible idea.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
But yeah, no. So
Man.
I've done a lot of digs in New York City, and some of them have been like really, really, really bad, really horrible theories and really horrible locations.
Yeah.
But you have to like you have to sharpen your tools, and you have to get good at your craft, and you have to go back to the drawing board. And like when Boston was released, when they found the Boston one, the only
Uh-huh.
thing that I did was. So it was interesting. The only thing I did with the Boston Salve is like nobody had thought of a baseball field, and I found that to
Yeah.
be really, really intriguing. We all thought it was going to be in another park like Grant Park, you know, like a well-known park like Central Park, maybe. But
Yeah.
nobody really considered like he would bury a cask in the middle of a little league baseball field nonetheless. You know what I
Right.
mean?
That seems crazy. Yeah.
It's insane. So like once I
Yeah.
thought about that, and once I thought about how clever JJP used like the hairline to look like a baseball field, the little home plate in her sleeve, when I
Yeah.
saw like what home when feel at home meant in the verse, I was like,
Right.
okay, let me try to see if there's any baseball references in the New York.
Yeah.
Why not? You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck do I have to lose? And
Sure. Yeah.
when I did that, so when I did what before doing that, I pretty much had figured out certain aspects of the South. Like, for instance, there's a reference to Indy's native. We all agreed it was Hamilton. I agreed it was Hamilton. It makes the most sense.
Yeah.
Moved on from that situation. The Great Giant, I was pretty convinced that it was the Verrazano Bridge. For several reasons, it was the biggest spanning bridge at the time. It's gray, and it also has that arc, that famous arc that we know from the image 12 and from the San Francisco image, that arc on the whole surrounding image.
Uh,
So like I had certain aspects. The Ala B, I thought it was Bedloe Island, which makes the most sense because if you're thinking about a puzzle that has to do with immigration and immigration references, how would you not include the Statue of Liberty or Ellis Island in your puzzle?
yeah.
The
Right.
the,
For sure.
the problem I had was this one with two parts of the verse. One was find the arm that extends over the slender path. Now,
Uh-huh.
a lot of people would always say that was the Verrazano Bridge because they felt like it was a metaphor. The arm is a bridge and is spanning over this path, which is called the Narrows. So slenders, narrows, and then arm bridge. My perspective is that the verses don't have many metaphors. When he uses a word like arm, he means arm. He doesn't mean something that looks like an arm or sounds like an arm or anything of that. So if I was saying, okay, think about this in a baseball perspective, and I said, what's an arm that goes over a slender path? If we was playing a game of baseball, where would you see that action?
I guess sliding into home or something with an arm. I don't know where you're going with that.
So if you look at a baseball field, especially like the old Sandlot fields and even Major League fields sometimes have this, where if you look from pitcher's plate to home plate, there's that line that they draw from pitchers to home plate. They usually do this more so in parks because it helps the pitcher be more accurate going down the line, and then it calls for a strike or whatever, right? So that line to me is the slender path. And if you and the arm that goes across it is when a pitcher is throwing the ball, his arm extends over the slender path. So
Okay, yeah.
I was like, look, that's very subjective. I don't think a lot of people are going to be aboard on that one. But
Sure.
as
right.
I went
Very subjective.
as I went down the verse and I got to the point where it was in the middle of one branch of the V. What was it? I forgot the whole thing, but it's in the middle of one branch of the V. So now I thought about it also in baseball terms. If you look at a baseball diamond, it's basically two V's attached to make one diamond. So if he's saying in the middle of one branch of the V, it would be take the V. So if you split the diamond in half, there's two V's. So one of those two V's in the middle would be between, let's say, first base and second base. That would be the middle of the V. And when I inputted all this in and found the location, so the way I put it in the verse was, in the shadow of the great giant, find the arm that extends over the slender path. So like where the Verrazano Bridge, in the shadow of it would be probably the neighborhood of Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, and the arm that extends over the slender path is just saying find a baseball field with a pitcher's mound, and it's directing you to the pitcher's mound. Now, if you look at, actually, I'll pull it up for you right here. If you look at image 12, hold on, let me make sure. we're all looking at the same thing.
I'm still seeing the tornado image.
Yeah, I have to change that real quick. Okay, go live. All right, so this is image 12.
Yeah.
All right, this is image 12. So, and I'm very open about this. My dig spot marker, just like the home plate, would be. Hold on. Sorry. Why is this tab coming up? Oh, there we go. Okay.
I don't know if you're looking at me. I don't know how to. Been trying to take my face off this the whole time, but whatever. I'm not doing anything crazy.
No, don't worry. I'm not broadcasting you.
So I'm assuming I've been to New York City. You're a white dude, like from Brooklyn. I'm guessing from the accent. What's the deal?
Oh no, I'm a Puerto Rican Russian Jew. And
Okay.
I'm much like Byron Price was a Russian Jew. I'm a Puerto Rican Russian Jew.
Puerto Rican Russian Jew, you said?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
So, and I grew up in Manhattan, in the Lower East Side of Manhattan, which is a pretty famous neighborhood in the South.
Yeah, my cousin, he lived in Hell's Kitchen. We went and stayed with him for like a week, but he still lives he lived in the Mercedes building in Hell's Kitchen, but he moved out of that one. I don't know where he's at now.
Yeah, Hell's Kitchen is a very diverse neighborhood that has had so many changes throughout the years.
Yeah.
It was so horrible, then it became very fancy, and now it's going back to horrible again.
Is it really? No, it's nice when we went like 5 years ago. Seemed all right.
Yeah, 5 years ago, but like after COVID, everything changed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much like that's not exclusive to New York. Look at San Francisco. Look how beautiful it was, and now look at how shitty it is.
Dude, I just got back from Seattle. We did an Alaskan cruise. We went to Seattle for 3 days in the Alaskan cruise. Seattle was an absolute shithole.
Wow. Yeah, no, Seattle was a junkie town.
They decriminalized drugs.
Yep.
And other stuff. So we're walking around and there's people smoking meth and shooting up heroin right next to us. It was weird, man.
Yeah, no, Seattle got really bad. Portland got really bad for the same thing. They decriminalized everything.
Yeah. For sure.
But yeah, no. So okay. So if you look at this as image 12, so my dig spot marker is the box right here. This is what people usually think is like the dock of Ellis Island. This rectangle, you know, the square with the red rectangle in it.
Yeah, the board looking thing.
Yeah, this to me is Pitcher's Plate. That's my dig spot marker. It's in plain sight. It's right in front of your face. You have no idea what it is, but that's what I think it is. To further my theory, the same way that like JJP said that the woman's hair in the image was supposed to be the shape of a baseball field, I believe that the woman in this image is making the shape of a diamond. Like her arms.
The what?
That she's making the shape of a diamond. If you see like the way.
Okay, yeah. I guess it's not far from the Boston hair, that girl's hair for sure.
Yeah. So that's pretty much where I'm getting at. As far as like other image clues that I've found in this thing, I have answers for like these baubles, but like that's getting too deep into my theory. The only thing that like I've been very interested in is actually this portion, and I'll actually ask you, since I like to get other people's perspective on what you might see if you do see anything in this portion. I'm gonna just highlight it and magnify it a little bit. So hopefully you see on your screen let me just make sure you are seeing the same thing. Hold on. Yeah, you're seeing the same thing. So you see the underneath the crest of the wave, there's like a dark and light shade right underneath it.
Yeah, but I mean, can you use your cursor to?
Highlight.
I'm not.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
will.
I mean, just use your cursor to say what you're talking about. Like,
So,
yeah, see where your cursor is. What are you talking about there?
okay, so you could go from right to left or from left to right. But
Uh huh.
let's say from where my cursor is, I see one number here, I see one number here, I see one number here, and I see another number here. So I see a 4-digit number.
Okay.
Um,
I don't see that, but what are you talking about? And I'll see if I can make sense of it.
well, so if I'm correct, which I don't even think I am, I don't use image matches much because they're so subjective. What I see and what you see is usually going to be two different things. But what I see is, and I'll try to use my cursor again. So this is the dark shade, and then it meets into the light shade. So let's say if I use this light shade, I see a 7, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a 7 right there. So
Okay.
then doing the opposite here on the dark shade, I see a 5 curved out right there.
You see a what? You cut out for a second.
I'm sorry.
I saw the 7 and then a what?
I see a 5 right here where my cursor is.
I see that.
Right?
I see that. Yeah.
Then over here, so right after the 5, right next to it, I see a 7 again.
Okay. Yeah. I mean.
And then right over here, I see a big 0. So that.
A big what you cut out?
Oh,
the 7, 5, 7, and then what you cut out?
I see a 0.
I don't see that. Hold on. Okay. Do the 0 again with.
So the 0 would be traced out from the darkness. So all around.
Maybe. Okay.
Right.
It's a stretch to me, but okay. What do you got?
Yeah, no, that's again like that's why I don't use image matches very much. So what was funny was that like I saw that, and I was like, okay, so if I see a 7570, it's not a zip code, it's not an area code. So like, what would it be? It could only be an address. So I just was like, all right, let me just try this out. So I put it in where the area that I was looking at, which is in Brooklyn and Shore Road. I put in the address 7570 Shore Road, and it put me exactly on the baseball field that I was looking at.
Wow.
And then I was like, fuck me. Because now this makes the itch 10 times worse than what it was before. So now,
Hey,
I hate that.
don't get me started. I understand, man. It's like, so what happened with me is like, I did all this stuff. So this is what happened. Okay. You got a minute? You got time?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So let me sit down. Hold on. So again, I told you asked when I got into this and the whole thing. Well, I got into it when it came out on Expedition Unknown. And this is straight up, I'm being honest. There's no bullshit here. Got into it, Expedition Unknown. My kids were about in high school. And me and my wife watch Expedition Unknown all the time. We see that the episode of The Secret. We're like, holy shit. We tell them, we get our kids like, dude, look at this. Check this out. We get all excited. We order the book. She orders the book on Amazon. We jack with it for a couple of days, find a couple of things, and then one of the kids looks up and finds out that they say it's Houston instead of Dallas. We put it down after like 2 days. You there still?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So again, I told you my older son, I got 2 boys, 20 and 22. So my 22-year-old, he graduates college and he graduated in December. He comes home and he's like, Dad, man, me and, my buddy, we talked about like coming up with something before we get our jobs and doing something, learning something new. And I told him about The Secret. I go, man, that's a great idea. And I was drinking that night. And so I said, go get the book. So he goes and finds it on the bookshelf. We start looking. straight up, I'm not BSing you whatsoever. This is 100% the truth. We'd totally forgot what we had found 5 years ago or 6 years ago, whatever. So we start looking into it, and after like a week, we'd found so many things. And then, like, my son looks into it and he's like, "Oh man, remember this? It was Houston." And I'm like, "No, there's no way. We found too many things, man. It's Dallas." So I ran with it since then. They quit. Like that was it. They think I'm nuts. And I just feel like I've found a ton of things, history, landmarks, everything that uh, it's it's Dallas, and I feel like I have a very good X marks the spot. I mean, that's full disclosure. Uh, Let me look through a few other things. Like I told you. So did you look at the water tower thing? I sent you an email with the water tower pictures.
Uh huh.
So this is another thing. I'm going to send you this. Um, Everybody always. I mean, again, this is like I could go on.
Okay. I'm looking at the camel.
Yeah, I'm sending you some more stuff. So the camel. So again, I told you Dallas was known as the cotton gin mecca of the world for decades. It was also the cotton gin manufacturing company for decades. So this is the base. Uh, Let me know like what picture you got. I emailed you something.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at the comparison between the torso of the guy with his arm crossed.
Okay, so everybody's always like, "What the hell is the torso?" So that guy is the genie in the book. It says he's the Jinn, DJINN.
Mm-hmm.
And this is in the book, and it says DJINN, pronounced JIN,
Mm-hmm.
which is how you do cotton gin or gin the drink that you drink. So again, Dallas was the cotton mecca for decades, and the cotton gin manufacturing company for decades. Well, that's an outline, I believe, of that. Um, his waistline. Okay, so um, all right. Okay, so I told you I sent you earlier about the tornado of 1957, right?
Yes.
All right, so this is I-30, which runs through like all through Texas, all the way through Texas, and runs through the middle of Dallas, was completed in 1957. Okay, this is I-30. I'm sending you something else here. If you see that, uh, when you're out again looking from Reunion Tower, looking out east to where all this everything in here is, you see uh, I-30. It even says 30 in the trees. That's what I-30 looks like. I've got more. Hold on. And it's hard to, man, and this is hard to do over the phone too. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, dude. We get better at it. We get better at it as we go along. To be honest, I'm not very used to it. That's why it's a little difficult for me to switch back and forth from screens and stuff. But that's what I'm saying. Don't stress yourself, because even the viewers who are watching this understand. This is just very casual, and I think people have
Are they
time to
still
think.
watching or what?
Yeah, we still have 3 viewers, and people come in and out. I guess what ends up
And I just sent you a.
most of these things, like, it's gonna be on YouTube, so people will watch later. So we did one
Yeah.
yesterday, and it already had like 70 views. So yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Okay, so this is here's another. This is another thing. There's different aspects to this thing. Okay. So when you're up on Reunion Tower, looking down, this is one of the things you see. This is what I think is the sculpture. This is what I think is that um, rhino head, whatever. Let me know when you get that.
Seeing it. Yeah, I see it right now.
So that's looking down from the 8th floor of the library. Right, I mean, right there in all that stuff. I think that's what that's what they're that's. I'm just there. Damn it! There's so many things I could show you.
No, I get it. Don't worry about it. Don't. We could take our time with this. I'm not going anywhere. We'll probably have streams. I do streams probably like 3-4 times a week. Sometimes 4 or 5 hours at a time. So
Yeah.
you can always come back later. You don't have to all spit it out in one take. So don't worry about it.
All right, man. We're gonna have to do this again at some point, man, for sure.
Well, yeah, this is why we made the Discord chat, and you can always come back to it. There's other people here. They're not being very vocal as of yet, but they'll get into the swing of things.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're trying to build like our own little community of people that can have these types of conversations without getting into like screaming matches.
Sure.
Or like just constantly like I want people to get kind of out of their comfort zones, and I want them to not necessarily be open-minded, but we have to kind of look at things in a little bit of different ways. And I think like the best thing that we can do is get like, if we get like in a stream, if we have 3 or 4 members and we have 5-6 people in the audience, and we're having time and pictures and videos to explain what we're talking about, then people, like you're saying, like you asked me, give me what you see, give me your perspective. You could tell me if I'm right or wrong. I don't care. Like that's what we're looking for.
Tell
here.
me I'm crazy or not, for sure.
Yeah, I would be I would be happy to be told crazy. So like that's what we're doing, and we have more than enough time again. So
right on, man. No, this has been helpful for me. I've appreciated this, man, for sure.
Well, like I said, you're more than welcome to come back anytime we have a stream. Even if I'm doing a stream and we're talking about something else, and you just want to pop in and chime in on something, feel free, man. That's what we're here for.
Amen. And so you've only been on this thing for 5 or 6 years, right?
Yeah, pretty much the same amount of time as you. Started in 2017, but I quickly joined the forums right after I found it. So if I found it February 2017, I started watching Expedition Unknown. I joined the forums that same month, which was Quest for Treasure, because we didn't have Facebook forums at that time.
Right.
So I joined the Quest for Treasure one, which is now pretty much obsolete. Nobody really posts there. And they don't accept new membership, but it's a great resource if you want to look at old theories. And it's good to look at old theories because those people didn't have much biases. There wasn't a lot of information being thrown out. They were just going on like image verse. That's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they didn't have much information. It's pre-Boston. Some of it is pre-Cleveland. So it's a very good resource for that. So I started going into that community. I started linking up with other people because like there weren't many people there that were actually in New York City. So there would be a lot of people that would throw out their theories to me, and I would go dig for them or go look in parks for them. And then from then on, it took me probably 2-3 years before I even felt comfortable like making my own theory and like going to a place and trying to dig it out or whatever the case is. And I took it from there. It's a slow ride though.
Yeah. No, you're helping me out, man. I'm hoping. So there's another guy that thinks that his dig is in a very similar area, and he's been working with the city of Dallas for 3 years now, and they are, they're doing the whole, oh yeah, all right, we're interested, we'll talk to this guy, then they'll contact that guy, and it's been going back and forth. So at some point, if we don't get like a legit thing, I'm gonna go dig, more than I know. You make a good point. Just do it during the day, and I may do that. But if not, I may do it at night. I don't know. I hadn't decided yet.
Yeah, we got somebody in the chat that's is talking about shadow theory. Do you know shadow theory?
No, what's that?
Okay, so shadow theory is the idea that the casks are buried in sites, and the only way to find exact dig spots is to find where a certain monument cast a certain shadow on a certain location.
Okay, I'm kind of familiar with that. I knew there's people that are into that, but what do they?
Well, the guy.
What do they wonder?
The guy is suggesting that it's absolutely true, and that's how you get to the dig sites. And I'm telling him that it's absolute garbage.
I don't I don't know, but in my solve, the shadow of Reunion Tower does hit in the park, like a few blocks away, where I think it's at, but not on my dig site. But I don't know if that's like what Byron Price was planning, or it just happened that way.
No, I don't know. I mean, but like the theory is like very specific into saying that like you have like for image 12, you would have to go to the dig spot on November at 11 a.m. and see which shadow is casting where, and this, that, and the other. Now the problem, and the really, really easy way to objectively dismiss this, is that Byron Price buried these boxes within a 3-month span. He didn't take very long to bury these. So if you're going to suggest that you have to be in a certain place on a certain month, that would mean that he took a whole year to bury each box, and that's not true.
I don't think that's the case. Either way, I don't. No matter what, my opinion, I don't think he did that. But I think he gave he gives you specific clues and tells you where something is. I think that's just adding too much to it. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm very strong on that opinion. It just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense, and then what ends up happening is people go into like these apps now, and they like try to track where shadows are at a certain time in a certain place. Like, dude, that's really, really specific, and there's nothing leading you to believe that specificity is there. There's nothing there. So you're just like you're creating something that it objectively cannot be possible. If let's say he buried it within 5 months, all 12 casts, he went to 12 different cities and buried it within 5 months, your whole theory falls apart.
Yeah. Not only that, I mean, you think about like Chicago or Boston or whatever. Shadows had nothing, or even Cleveland. Shadows had nothing to do with any of those, right?
Nothing.
No, I don't. That's just again. I hate to like bash people's stuff because I think mine is pretty simple, straight, cut and dry, and not everybody agrees with it. But none of it has. The three that are found didn't have anything to do with that.
No, and that's what like I try to advocate to people when they're making theories and they want to make it sound like at least a little bit credible. It's like you don't want stretches. You don't want it to
Yeah.
be that like, okay, I think it's this person, so I researched this person, and it happens that their sister used to wear a pendant. They used to have a gem
Right.
that was the same color as
Right.
this gem, and if you follow this gem to this gem, it's like dude, there's like 6 degrees of separation. There's a whole bunch of cognitive biases that people have. So you have to recognize that, and it's like, no, this doesn't seem likely.
Right.
You know, again, when people use like image matches, it's very subjective, and it's more subjective than the verses, right? So
Yeah.
I always say like lead first with the verse, and then use image matches later to kind of solidify what you're talking about.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it doesn't look anything like the three Psalms, because the three Psalms have a lot of things in common. And it's good to point out what are those things, what are those patterns, and then move forward with that. If somebody tells you, if you never knew how to make a hamburger, and I showed you 3 times, I'm a world-renowned chef. I showed you 3 times how to make a hamburger, and then you turn around, you say, you know what, I'm going to do it a totally different way. And the hamburger sucks. Whose fucking fault is that, dude? You've been shown 3 times. I've been giving you 3 examples on how to do this, and then you just go the other way. A lot of people have this logic or have this thought that all the puzzles are going to be completely different. But that doesn't add up because the 3 puzzles that we have are not completely different. They're completely alike. They share so many similarities. So, like, I know some people are like, well, how do you know that the next puzzle isn't about drawing vectors and connecting those vectors? And it's like, really?
Right.
You know, Byron Price wasn't a mathematician. He wasn't like doing crazy things in this. No, it's a very simple thing. He probably took like maybe 1 or 2 years.
He was a smart mofo when it came to literacy.
Yeah.
He was very, in my opinion, he was very smart when it comes to being clever and adding silly, hidden things. But no, his objective was not to add algebra. And you know what? On the same note, I've gone down the whole algebra rabbit hole and looked at different angles and all this. And I decided, no, that's not where he was at. That's not his thing. And my solve, it was not.
No, I mean, I've only seen like a handful of people even advocate for things like that. Yeah, you know what? Some people like just have their own beliefs that become almost like religious beliefs. You're not going to take them away from that, you know? So it's kind of like beating a dead horse. You're not going to make these people change their mind. Even if like 10 more are found, I mean, well, there's 9 left. Even if like 8 more are found, they're going to still say the last one is going to be completely different.
Right.
You know, like it doesn't matter what patterns you find. It's just you can't convince those people. And some of the more stubborn people in this treasure hunt are women. There's the women in this treasure hunt that I've gotten to know, they are so stubborn. When they believe they know something, oh my God, they will scream. They will call you a misogynist. They will get so bitter about it.
Adam, brother, I'm married, so that none of that surprises me at all. I love my wife, but yeah, that doesn't surprise me whatsoever.
Yeah, I know it's an uncomfortable truth.
Yeah. So here's another thing. So this is like, let me give you a little something. Like when I came to my solve, so I came to my solve. I found the puzzle. I knew that. I will say this: I knew early on, for whatever, and I don't know how I found this, but what verse supposedly matched my painting, and that's the 8th painting with the first verse. I honestly can't remember my recollection of what put that together, but I did. Or I found that online, whatever. I delved into it, went through everything. I find all this stuff on my own. Then, after I found where I thought my solve was, I would put boots on the ground. I did it multiple times in the area, did everything. Then that's when I listened to every podcast, and then started looking at more stuff online. And everything I found made me like think that my solve is more where I think it is. Like it made me feel better about it. Like I didn't I didn't force anything. I didn't learn about the puzzle and then go towards the solve and then just start trying to match stuff up. I found it myself, and then the pod things in the podcast about like them saying JJP said that image 8 he liked the least because it was so precise, and I thought, oh shit, helps me out. Like that's what I was trying to tell people, and that's what there were multiple things like that made me feel better about my solve, and that's why I've got to put a shovel to it, and if it ain't there, it ain't there. But I got to do that at some point. You been at that point yet?
I've been to that point and back at least 6 times.
Yeah.
I mean, I've
Damn.
dug I dug in Central Park. I've dug the Polo Grounds, which is the area where the first baseball field in New York City was made for the New York City Giants.
Yeah.
I dug there, which is a really bad ghetto neighborhood today.
Yeah.
I dug Bay Ridge, Brooklyn. I dug 3 different sites.
Yeah.
6 times.
Mm-hmm.
But again, the problem was that like when we're digging these holes, the hole size was at deepest 5 feet, and
Oh, that's pretty deep. That's pretty deep, though.
it's pretty deep. But the problem, and I'll explain why it was that deep. But so we dug 5 feet, but the problem is the area around the width was no more than 3 feet.
Yeah.
So an ideal dig for me in that location would be about 6 feet deep and about,
Yeah.
if I could get 10 feet wide, that would be,
Damn, that's huge, man.
yeah. And the reason why is because, so it's a baseball field. The baseball field was built in like 1950s. It's been there for ages. But what ended up happening was in 1992, the baseball field was paved over. So what they basically did is they took the dirt from the field next to it, they destroyed it, and then they took that dirt and they put it on top of the original baseball field. So
Gotcha.
if Byron Price buried it 2.5, 3 feet, now you have 3 feet on top of that.
Yeah.
So now it's 6 feet, on top of which they moved the original home base from one position to another position. It's right next to it, but it makes the alignment of the field slightly different. So now you have to recreate the field and recreate the lines where, let's say, second and third base is in order to get to the location. So it's, I mean, if it was the old baseball field, I could maybe make the hole like 5 foot wide, but now I have to, now I have to attribute and count for the area that I'm not really 100% certain is there. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm really hitting it where I'm supposed to be hitting it, because on image on Google Maps it's easy to see it, but when you get to the ground, I mean, it's a little more difficult. But the good thing about baseball fields is the dimensions are always the same.
Right. For sure.
That's why I was like, this is probably, if he did do another baseball field, I think it's pretty smart, because like, for my money, if I had to guess, the Boston solve was feel at home, which is not where the dig site is. The reason why is it can't be underneath home plate. Every home plate in every baseball field usually has an anchor.
Right.
An anchor is basically just like a little metal anchor. Basically, that's what I call it, anchor. A little metal box that's underneath home plate. And the reason they put that there is just in case the dimensions get lost, they already know where home plate is, and they could just recreate the field from there, right?
Yeah.
So, it's even when we did the GPR, we found the old anchor from old home base, and we were able to like kind of recreate the field on the ground.
Yeah.
But you see, like this is a lot of work to do while trying to dig. You know, digging is hard enough, but now you have to do this on top of that. So it gets a little bit difficult. It's easy to get the depth. Like once you start digging a hole, it's really easy to get like 5-6 feet. But try to make that 5 feet wide, and now you're drawing attention. Now people are like, "Hey, what is that big hole there?" So this is why I say like it's good to have people around that are like lookouts for you. They can tell you like, "Oh, you know, cops are coming," or like, "There's somebody looking. Stop what you're doing."
Sure. Right.
You know,
That's hey, I need you to get a plane ticket to Dallas, brother. We'll figure this thing out, man.
I'll do it just for the trip, to be honest. But
Hey, we'll show you a good time. We don't mess around here, you know.
no, I probably wouldn't come back to New York.
Oh damn.
No, I'm not. You know, I mean, especially nowadays, I'm not a big fan of big cities, and especially as I get older. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you get older, you don't want to be around young people in bars and like the nightlife.
Sure.
It's not as alluring as it was once. Once was for me, you know. So,
How old are you now? I'm 48. How old are you?
I am going to be 44 this year.
Oh, dude, you're a young buck. Shoot, you still need to be hanging out in the bars looking for the ladies, man.
No, man. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I've always had like an old man personality. They used to tell me that when I was a child. So
Yeah.
I just it's not for me. It never really was. You know, I'm more of I've never been much of a drinker. I was always more of a pothead. And then I kind of like slowly kind of put that aside. I still smoke, but like I don't smoke as like what I used to when we were kids, like every day, 4 or 5 times a day.
Yeah.
You know, but yeah, it's just part of the growing up process.
Yes, sir. It's legal there now in New York, isn't it?
It is
Smoke?
legal. Yeah, it's not legal
Yeah.
to sell it, but it's legal to
Right.
smoke it.
Right on. Hell yeah.
It's actually been a problem, because what ended up happening is they made it legal, but they didn't make any like restrictions on who can sell it, when they can sell it. You know, the consumption of it, like you can pass by a school smoking weed. I don't think that that's proper. I don't think it's proper that you're in a park smoking weed with kids around. I don't think that like, you know, like they should have designated areas. I would be okay with that. Like the streets, you go down the streets in New York, walking around anywhere, Midtown, any of like the tourist attraction places, it smells like pure weed. It's like nothing but weed. And so what ended up happening was they started making a whole bunch of smoke shops, illegal smoke shops, and like they look like bodegas, they look like corner stores, but inside they would sell illegal weed. And that started making more crime in the area, because like if you're a gangster, if you're trying to rob a place, the best place to rob is some place that's selling something illegal that has cash, because that's all they have.
Yeah.
You can't buy weed with credit cards. So the crime rate spiked. And like there was like 10 smoke shops in like a 5-block radius, and all of them were getting robbed 4 times a week.
Yeah.
So it wasn't such a great
It's
idea.
no bueno, but it's basically legal here. I mean, it kind of is, but you know, it's not. So hey, I just sent you another email of a couple pictures. See if you can pull those up. Yeah, it's kind of it's illegal here, but you can get it anywhere.
Yeah. And I mean, look, it shouldn't be criminalized. Everybody knows that. We've known this for a very long time. Weed does have beneficial medicinal properties to it. That doesn't mean that it's the cure-all. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the answer to all of life's problems, but yeah, it does have that. It does, you know, potheads are not known to go ballistic and rob people and do violent acts. You know, I can make a more compelling argument to ban liquor than I could to ban marijuana. You
Yeah, I
know,
agree. Yeah, sure. Yeah,
not that like banning liquor is an option because we've seen what happens.
yeah. So is there anybody listening or watching right now?
Yeah, we got 4 people. One guy is talking about, since we had to start talking about the Boston image and we just diverted from it. But he
He's
says
talking about what?
he's talking about Boston,
Yeah.
and he's saying,
Okay.
in my opinion, it would have been where the batter would stand, meaning by home plate, because it shows a batter in the shadow of her hand, meaning it shows probably
Okay.
the leg next to the home plate.
Yeah.
It would have been a left-handed batter, according to this guy. He says,
Okay.
because the image shows it and the verse backs it up, in my opinion. At the end, the verse is talking about where you are standing, giving clues to where the cask is.
Yeah.
And then he says, I don't know the path for Boston, but just came up with that because that is how the clues back up each other in Charleston. Sorry, just got here. So
Gosh.
this guy's a real cool guy. I don't know way. Maybe I've spoken to him before, but he actually brings up a point. So one theory that people have, and it spans all the puzzles according to them, is that they believe that the image and the verse both bring you down a path. Do you believe that?
100%, brother. I have my image and verse go back and forth, in my opinion, and my solve. And yes, I think they go back and forth and they pinpoint you together of a certain spot.
Do you think it's something where you have to go from point A to point B to point C to then get to dig spot?
I don't know. I don't know. So this is what happened too. Here's another thing I did. I was going to say this earlier. Like when I came up with my own solve, and then I listened to all the podcast. Then what I did is I went back after I came up with my own solve without looking at any of the other ones, and I looked at how they were all solved, and what I looked at the images and the verse back and forth, and then I looked at mine, and it just I felt like it solidified mine more. Like it just, especially like the Chicago and the Cleveland, I just was like, it kind of, to me, it went back and forth from the image to the verse, and they even say that, I believe JJP even said it, kind of where one picks up, the other will leave off. Where one leaves off, the other will pick up, and I really felt mine did that. What about you? What do you think?
So looking at the 3, I don't see a path. So somebody had made somebody had tried to make the argument to me that the Chicago one was a path. And he was saying, like, you go from the Chicago water tower, and then you go from, so he's just using the image, not the verse now. So he's saying you go from the Chicago water tower, and then you go down Michigan Avenue, and you get to this monument, which is in Grand Park, and then from there, it leads you here. And I'm like, yeah, but there's nothing that leads you. When you say lead, you're saying something like, we see the water tower in the image. Where do you see Michigan Avenue in the image? And he agreed that he doesn't. So I'm like, okay, so there's your flaw. That's it. Like, end of story.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's saying go to this place, then go to this place, then go to this place. Now, if you use the verse is not telling you to walk to one place, then walk to the other place, then walk to the other place. It's just telling you, it's giving you and most of the verses do this, especially the 3 that have been solved. It's basically a person standing in one location and looking northwest, east, and south and telling you what they are seeing. That's it. That's pretty much the gist of it. I mean, there's more nuance to it for sure, but that's the gist of it. I was telling somebody else, if you read the story and you read the book until it gets to the verses, and this is my interpretation, not truth. My interpretation is that the people who are writing the verse are the fair people themselves as they're burying the box. and they're giving you directions from the objects they see around them. The reason why the verse sounds so cryptic and crude is that the fair people are coming from the old world. They come from an old language, and the way they would describe, let's say, a baseball field might be a coliseum. The way they would describe certain objects is going to be used in an old grammatical fashion. You know, the same way that you would see in one of the verses says the great giant, but it's spelled Grey. It's not spelled Gray. So I think if you use that perspective, it kind of helps to clear up some of the cobwebs. Like, it's not just cryptic to be cryptic. There's a theme behind it, and the theme is immigration, and the theme is these people came from these people came from the old world, meaning Europe and China and across the seas, and they were from a time period that's not ours. So I try to input that as well, but you know, again, that's my that's my objective weight. That's my subjective way of looking why the verses are written the way they're written. But I don't see any path. There's no reason why you have to go to point A to point B. Most of the things in the verse and most of the things in the image can be seen from the dig spot. I think that's true. And even in the New York one, if you ever, well, of course, you've seen the Expedition Unknown, where they're talking to Byron Price's daughters, and she points out, oh, you can see all the things in the image you can see from the dig spot. That's what my dad said. And I know she's specifically talking about New York, but because like if you look at Milwaukee's verse is a walking verse. So now if you want to say this one is a path, I agree with you, but not all of them are. So
No, same with my solve. Everything can be seen from the dig spot and the perspective. They're saying, you know, in the verse says perspective cannot be lost, or perspective should not be lost. From point A, from the starting point and from the finish point, everything can be seen from that area.
I think
I did send you another email of 2 pictures. Have you pulled those up?
Hold on, let me check it out. All right, the last email I got is the camel hump and the water tower. Well,
Last email.
Oh no, that one. Sorry, I got another one. So it's a sign with WFAA.
Yeah. So that tower is 3-sided, 3-winged and slight. That tower was the strongest tower for several states around for decades. 3-winged and slight, strongest tower of delight, whatever. But do you see above the W the triangle?
Yes.
That's been there since the 50s or 60s. It's a triangle with the corners cut off and the hole in the middle. Would you agree with what I'm saying?
Yes.
Okay, look at the reflection on the red ruby, the light source. It's a white triangle. It's a triangle with the corners cut off and a hole in the middle. Do you see that? The second image I sent you.
Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Okay. So again, my dig spot is 3-winged and slight. It's next to Reunion Tower. Reunion Tower is the big tower with the ball on it, with 3 sides. The riser part of Reunion Tower is 3 sides. That is next to it. The WFAA tower is 3-winged and slight. It's slight compared to that big tower that's 3-winged. But you see the triangles are the same. And if you look at the shadow that the ruby casts, it's different than all the other shadows. Well, when you're standing in the park where I think it is, and you're based on where all the streets are and all that. It's that angle. Do you see how the shadow that's cast by the ruby is different than the other one than the other shadows?
Yeah, which
I'm
is
just telling you,
an interesting theme. The shadows in this image is
it is. It's hey, Adam. It's not interesting if you're standing there where my dig spot is and you look at it and you're thinking, "Holy shit! This is what they're this is there you go. You're getting on it. This is what they're telling us." But you see the triangle that's right there in the plaza I'm telling about. Is that not? I mean, what? There again. There's so many things I could go over with you tonight. But you see the triangle with
yeah.
the corners cut off and the hole in the middle.
Oh yeah, no, I definitely see it.
That's not a fluke. There, oh man, that's not a fluke. I've even the Japanese clues. After I've already come up with myself again, I came up with this whole solve and I put everything together. Even when I'm in my spot, and then I hear the Japanese clues. That was another thing going back to the listen to all the podcasts, and they say that the water veers in the sky or whatever is the same as the towards the inverse of the spout. I already knew all that, and then when I hear that later, it just again it solidified it, man. It solidified it.
Yeah, and
Let me send you.
unfortunately, now we're just left with frustration.
Just left with what for frustration?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now here's another. So this is an old. I mean, I can send you a new one, but this is an old picture of my water veers in the sky. That's. I mean, there's newer pictures of the fountain, but that's basically if you see the fountain, the water shoots like at an angle. It doesn't shoot straight up. That's the water veers in the sky. Are you very familiar with the verse?
Um. Yeah, I would say so. Not like I can't recite it off the top of my head, but if anything, I can
Yeah.
just always go back to the book.
Sure, right. No, there's been times where I've memorized it and I can just throw it out, and then I'll forget some, and uh,
Yeah, this is gonna come with
yeah, here's
age.
one. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I have it here. Fortress North, cold as glass. French's South, take your task. To the number
Yeah.
982. Through the wood, no lion fears. In the sky, the water veers. Small of scale, step across. Perspective should not be. This is a fucking hard verse. That's what
No, it's not. Hey, no, it's not, brother. I'm telling you, it sounds hard, but if you're there, you're it's like 100%. I just sent you. I just emailed you another picture of the fountain going. Water veers in the sky. Right in the center of four alike. It's in the center. It's a. This is like a 1 block by 1 block little plaza park, whatever you want to call it. And it's a cross basically. There's four equal parts, four corners of it. So in the center of four alike, water veers in the sky. I, man,
No,
it's no question, Adam.
and it's a good match for the verse. I agree.
Let me show you where we're. Let me show you this too. This I'm about to send you. I'm hoping I'm gonna blow your mind, but I'm probably not because you've been in this thing for a long time. But let's see.
Yeah, at this point in the game, I've seen a lot.
Yeah, you've seen all kinds of stuff. So okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to see from this, but this is what I'm about to send you. So what I sent you is an overhead of the park, the little plaza, 1 block by 1 block, one block by 1 block uh, thing. Which, if at the top, if you see, is Wood Street, which is through the wood, no lion fears.
Mm.
Let me know when you get it.
No, I got it. South.
Okay, small in scale. It's a small park because it's a 1 block by 1 block in the middle of four alike. All four corners of this park are exactly alike, all on Wood Street. Okay, that fountain in the middle is the fountain where the water veers in the sky. The water veers that I've sent you the other pictures to.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
This is all. So I'm gonna send you one more picture. We'll see this. All right, I just sent you another picture. That's like zoomed out of the Ferris Plaza picture, the center of Four Light. Um, to the left and a little under the center is Reunion Tower, which is where where the ball on top of the tower picture. Let me know when you get that.
Okay. 1 second.
You there, Adam?
Yeah. I'm pulling it up right now. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. Do you see where Reunion Tower is on the left?
Yes.
Okay. That's the vertical tower with the ball up top looking down at Ferris Plaza, which is on Wood Street, through the wood, no lion fears. Okay. In the center of four alike, that's a little plaza with four exact corners. The water veers down the street from this Wood Street, a few blocks away, is where the the very first Lions Club voted in the first International Lions president. The Dallas Lions Club chapter is 982.
Gotcha. That's good. That's a good reference. And I even
Brother.
like the fact that the side street is Houston.
Is that what?
The side street on that neighborhood on that block where your dig spot is Houston.
It's Houston.
Houston. Sorry, I call it Houston. Houston.
100%, and that's why all these wheelhouse guys says, "Oh yeah, no, he says it's in Houston." First of all, I've read that email. It doesn't. He never says. Byron Price never says it's in Houston. He just says it would not be a bad idea to dig there.
Right.
But hey, brothers, there's more to this. There's more. When I start getting into the JFK thing, I'm telling you, looking over, this is all looking from this. And if I've already kind of given you, you're skeptical on my coordinate thing, but it's Dallas is 3296. There's 100% a 96 in the image.
Mm-hmm.
You're not sure on the 32, which is fine. So I've given you the JFK reference, which is three. I mean, you can look into it yourself. Lee Harvey Oswald shot 3 times at JFK. his motorcade went down from here, past this, went down Houston Street, turned left uh on Elm Street, which is also in the image, in my opinion. Um, I can keep going, man. I'm just telling you, it's Dallas Lions Club 982 has been forever. Uh, Through the wood, no lion fears, and down the street from that, the down Wood. This is what's crazy too is down Wood Street, a few blocks, the hotel where they voted in the first international president for the Lions Club. His last name is Woods. So I think it's a double entendre type thing. Through the wood, no lion fears. They're saying, here's another thing. I had already come up with all this before I heard later that they think there's a Lions Club tie into the Roanoke thing. So again, there's so many double things. I mean, I don't know. It's Do you want me to keep going? I mean, what do you think?
No, no, no. You don't have to keep going.
Yeah.
Like I said, I definitely think it's a good theory. I think your biggest problem is the coordinate issue. But overall, like it's a well constructed theory. I don't think there's a lot of stretches in it. I do think there's a lot of either coincidences or matches. I wouldn't discount it necessarily. Again, I'm not like on board with any one Houston theory.
Right.
So I don't have much of a bias to say, well, you're wrong and Willhouse is right or this person. I don't know. But from what you presented, it's a great presentation of it, to be honest.
Let me send you a couple of things here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I'm sending you some stuff. Um, Hold on. I got somewhere. I've got like stuff. I've kind of had a compilation of stuff where. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is. So there's that, and then that. All right, I'm sending 2 photos now.
Okay.
Let me know when you get those. And this is all from the perspective, which it says perspective should not be lost. This is from the perspective of up on Reunion Tower, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Which was completed in 1978, so it was a new shiny, this was the cool thing of Dallas.
Let me ask. So did you consider anything in that area to be connected to the immigration group?
I'm glad you asked, brother. Shit. Don't get me started with that. Okay. I just sent you one other image, okay? Or 2 other images. Okay, let me send you this. Give me a second. I will get to the immigration, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me know what the latest email is you've gotten, please, sir.
Yeah, sure. It's hold on. The one I see now is the railroad.
Okay. And please take a second to just look up there when you're, or if you have any questions about what I'm sending you, like when you're up there on top of Reunion, all these pictures I've sent you are from on top of Reunion Tower. If you have any questions or anything, please ask. this is all. Oh man, when you're up there, it's like, oh man, this is it. This is this is what Byron Price was looking at, I believe. Okay, so do you see also the other little mark in the bricks? Also from up there, it's mimicking the Trinity River thing. I sent you another email.
Okay, hold on. Let me check. Okay. Yes, it's the Trinity River.
Yeah, so I believe um, that all that is up there looking from the Trinity River. You're looking at Houston Street. You're looking at which and Elm Street, which is the way the Kennedy motorcade drove, where he drove and got shot and assassinated. And then you have the railroad, which is there. I mean, do you see that's a pretty close. The railroad perspective should not be lost. You're from up there. You're looking at a certain thing. You see the stitching of the railroad in the painting compared to how the railroad is in the picture. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't think that's a stretch. Do you?
No, I don't think it's a stretch. I
Okay. And then over to the left, which there's more to the Trinity River. The Trinity River used to run right through all that, and they blew it up in like 1910 to move it because they kept flooding downtown. So they moved it. So I think that other curve is the levee or the Trinity, which it was well known. It's very super documented that that's how they redid it and moved it out of the way. That's why I think that's there in that picture. In my opinion, I hate to keep having to say that. So you're asking about immigration.
mm-hmm.
Okay, so once again, I've listened to all the podcasts, everything. There's only so many like immigration things they can do per city. There's only all major cities. Would you say in the U.S. have Irish, English, some Middle Eastern, whatever? Would you? I mean, wouldn't you think most cities in the U.S. have all kinds of cultures at this point?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Reunion Tower, which again to me is the main focal point of this painting, it's also where everything in the painting, I could show you one day or tonight, whatever. Everything in that painting is seen from Reunion Tower. It's named after an immigration group that was a mile or two from there called La Reunion. That whole area is known as an immigration area, and they came over. It was a French, Swiss, and Belgium uh, uh, immigrant area. They actually were coming over to try to do a socialist uh, whole thing. You just have to Google it. But they tried to come over to do a whole society, and it didn't work out. They ran out of money. The whole normal socialist bullshit. But the whole Reunion Tower is based off of immigration. Look, if you look up La Reunion or where Reunion Tower Dallas got its name, look that up. The whole thing is an immigration story. And I've looked into that. I've looked into every of main part, every main person that was involved with that. I haven't found anything big or that like blew me away. But I still have other things I hadn't told you that there's other, in my opinion, big people involved with this solve.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, look up La Reunion. It's got some kind of tilde or something over one of the things, but the whole the main, when you look at that picture, the main focal point is Reunion Tower, in my opinion. Then you start looking up all this other stuff. Then you look up the history of Reunion Tower and how it got its name. There's stuff even around Reunion Tower that has all that La Reunion stuff, you know, around it. I mean, the train station has a mural with La Reunion next to it. That's next to Reunion Tower.
Gotcha. Okay.
I mean, don't you would you not say that's some sort of immigration tie to the painting?
I mean, it's an immigration tie, but I think what they would expect is something Arabic, something yeah,
Yeah. So okay, go and on that note, we've looked into that. There's a large, for whatever reason, I would have to find the article. I've got it saved in my phone. There's a large Arabic uh, population, believe it or not, in Texas and in Dallas that came over early on in the 1800s. And then again in the 1970s, another resurgence of Arabic population stuff. But, again, listening to even the podcast, I know this is just going to be their opinion, but it kind of it went along with my opinion before I heard theirs. Like, there's only so many immigration, total tie-ins to a certain city you could do, right? I mean, what's your opinion on that?
It's gonna vary because
Yeah,
if you look at Cleveland has nothing to do with Greek people. They don't have
right,
they don't have like a giant Greek population or
right,
culture, but they have the
right,
Greek cultural gardens. So like that's the only tie-in that you get over there. Then you go to Boston, and that has everything to do with Italians. The park is Italian named. It's in the Italian section of Boston.
yeah,
Boston does have like it's known for like I guess it's Italian immigration ties as well. However loose that may be. Then you got
right,
Chicago. Chicago was a little bit different. Chicago
yeah,
Grant was half Irish, so that makes sense for Grant Park. Chicago's known for its Irish ties. Like they even dye the rivers green during St. Patrick's Day still, and they do have a big Irish
right.
population, so it makes sense. But I think you're not going to see that same. You're not always going to see those same connections, and you don't see those same connections as a pattern throughout the three.
And I could see San Francisco being, the Chinese. I've been to San Francisco. I've seen the Chinese. I've been to Chinatown. That makes sense. I could even see St. Augustine with the Spanish. That makes sense. But okay, I mean, what's the tie-in to Houston? If there's a Houston, do you have something for that?
Well, I mean, the anything in Texas having to do with Arabic roots, and again, I've never done research on this,
Exactly.
but I mean,
Yeah.
there are a lot of places in Texas that do have Arabic groups, and that might have came, especially in the '70s, it might have came from the oil boom.
Right.
I don't know what the original source of like the immigration is there for Arabic. It might be just as loose as Cleveland. It might be just as
I'm
loose.
just, in my opinion, a lot of it is loose, and I could even see the English for what's the Lost
Roanoke.
Colony, Roanoke, 100%. I mean, to me that makes sense. But I just there's only I'd already thought this, and even on the podcast, they're like, there's only so many tie-ins you can do. I will tell you this. I mean, I'm a native Texan, and I have family in Houston, all over Texas. There's no Texas. Houston has no other tie-in more than Dallas, or for any certain population or immigrants. You know what I mean? Or the only thing I can come up with is they were trying to do an oil tie-in, which Houston and Dallas have a huge oil tie-in. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah, you couldn't determine the location just based on the immigration group, especially for Texas.
No,
That's
no,
impossible.
No, no. We are a melting pot, same as New York City. Y'all are an absolute melting pot.
Hmm.
What do they think the New York immigration is? Do you know? Have they determined that?
Well, New York immigration is supposed to be Russia, um, but
That's super loose to me. That's BS because there's I mean how many Italians and Irish and came through New York?
well, this is the okay. So this is my take on it, and I would bet thousands of dollars that I'm correct. My take on it is, so you know how the New York image has the arc on it, and you know that the San Francisco image has the arc on it.
Yeah.
The two things that these places share is that they're the biggest ports of immigration in the world. Meaning,
Yeah.
if you go to San Francisco, there's Angel Island. Angel Island is where all the ships. Angel Island is the Ellis Island of the West. It's where
Okay, I would agree. Yeah.
all the ships came and all the immigrants came out and they documented and then sent them out from there. So, as we're talking about the immigration tie-ins, San Francisco does seem more Chinese because obviously, if you're coming from China or Japan or anything in Asia, San Francisco would be the port that you would come in. So if Byron
Yeah.
Price wanted to make San Francisco the Japanese puzzle, the Chinese puzzle, or anything in that area, he could have done that. New York,
100%.
however,
I agree. I agree.
New York has the most immigration from every single nation. Dutch,
But not Russia's from the other side of the world, though.
Russia spans from the Atlantic to the Baltic.
Yeah,
So,
I'll give you that.
so you could go from any coast. Like, yeah, you could say the same thing. Like, they could go from the east side of Russia to like the west side of the United States, right? But what I'm trying to get at is that
Yeah.
the reason why you have the arc on both of them, the arc is supposed to symbolize, amongst a lot of other things that an arc symbolizes, it's a gateway. Like the arc in St. Louis is the gateway to the west, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
Right.
So the arc on both of those images is supposed to symbolize the immigration port. It's supposed to symbolize this is the gateway from the old world to the
I
new
like
world.
that. It's the arc into both sides of the country. I like your thought. Yeah.
Right, they're both the bookends too. So
Yeah.
one is,
Right.
one is the first image and one is the last image. And I think that's very telling. So for New York, like I said, the South is obviously going to have something to do with Ellis Island and so on
Yeah.
and so forth.
Yeah.
But yeah, you could have for New York, you could have made it any immigration group. You could have made it Italian, Irish.
anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you could have made it anything. That's why I think just picking something is just a stretch. That's why I think the whole thing is a stretch. To me, I don't know. I would have to see the numbers of who came through Ellis Island. I just would have thought Ellis Island would have had more, in my opinion. I'd have to look, and it's probably out there. There's more English, Irish, or something before Russian that came through Ellis Island or New York. That's just my opinion. We'd have to look into that.
No, I mean, so this is the thing about the book and the allegory in the book is that an allegory in any book is half truth and half fiction. So you have to try to figure out what's the fiction part and what's the actual history. Now, with the immigration ties, we can tell that it's not going all based on actual immigration. It's not going all based on actual history. Because if you were going to make any puzzle the Dutch puzzle, it would probably be New York, which was New Amsterdam, which was found by the Dutch. That would be that simple to do. But he didn't do that. You know what I mean? He just subscribed immigration groups to certain places. Some of them fit in, like you said, St. Augustine fits in with Spanish, Roanoke fits in with English, but some of them just don't have that direct connection to history that we're used to. But
That's that's like my whole point though in general with you how you can't say it's not Dallas is Dallas has a ton of immigration from different cultures. I mean, that's all. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so it's just so that at that point you have to go by the story in the book. So like in the story in the book, there's no doubt that this treasure, the New York treasure, is the Russian treasure, and the image it shows you a Russian Orthodox church, which is the onion
Uh,
domes. So like based on the gem alone, we know that the gem is for the Russians. So we can make the tie-in, and we know that this is true as far as the puzzle is concerned. Which leads people to go to the Russian neighborhoods, which is like Coney Island and Brighton Beach area, which
right.
doesn't have much other significance. Like they just do it because that's where there's a large population of Russians. But I mean, I could go to Clinton Hill, which is in Manhattan, which was the first place that immigrants from Russia, when they came in the 40s during World War II, they settled there. So that's not
Yeah.
necessarily true. I think it's just the immigration references are just they just vary from puzzle to puzzle. So like you
I
just
know. I think some of them. This is my opinion. About half of them are spot on, and then about half of them are just like, yeah, again Cleveland. There's some of them Greeks in the city. There's some Persians. You can look in the 70s. There was a large Persian settlement that came from into Dallas. So I think some are super spot on and make sense, and some are just kind of a stretch.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
I just sent you a couple more pictures in your email. So again, this is just something I noticed. I've thought all along, like, so I know there's the whole theory of the whole World's Fair people, or the World's Fair in each city,
Yes.
and the first like sentence of the book says world and fair because it's talking about fair people and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been the theory before about the world uh, fair cities, and that's kind of loose too. I get it. Well, Houston does not have a World's Fair, but Dallas does.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look, in my opinion, and this is again before I noticed a lot of this, I just kept thinking, man, he's showing a lot of stuff uh, for I thought for females, and for he's into like women's. I just felt like he was into women's rights, and Byron Price was, and women and stuff. So I just sent you three pictures. Let me know when you get those.
Yeah, I got them.
Okay, so this is again from looking from Reunion Tower. One of these pictures, there's the San Francisco picture. There's the what we think is the New York picture. The other one is a building, one of the many buildings built for the 1936 Dallas, the World's Fair in Dallas, and it just it seems to resemble definitely the New York painting. It was built for that. There's water under it, like the New York painting. It's a female with her kind of doing the same stuff but facing different directions, which I almost kind of think that's. I have a theory behind that, but I just think there's some similarities there. In the Dallas painting, there's the North Star up in the top left corner. In that, well, what I think is the Dallas painting, in that same photo I sent you of the women, that's the women's building they built for the Chicago World's Fair. There's the star up in the top left corner. Do you see? I mean, what do you think about that? What do you think? Do you think that's a total coincidence, or what do
Yeah,
you think?
I think it's a total coincidence, to be honest,
Okay.
because like I've seen a lot of this. I mean, look for the example in Boston when the guy thought that the woman looked like Columbus, and so
Right,
he
right,
he equated it to the Columbus statue, and even
right.
JJP was like, no, I don't see
Yeah,
it.
no, I got you. Hey, I just thought it's an art. It's an art thing. Just comparing it to the New York statue, I just was wondering. I just thought maybe, Byron Price is going around the country taking pictures of different stuff, taking them to JJP and all of them together and kind of collectively and kind of. I honestly feel like there's been a few other similarities, maybe not painting to painting, but there's some. So I thought, in my opinion, there's some similarities where they've kind of compared some stuff or done two different similar things in a painting.
Hmm.
So that's where I saw that and I'm like, holy shit! Like what the? I don't know. It seemed interesting to me, if anything. But again, could be a total coincidence.
There's gonna be a lot of coincidences in this game
There
because,
are.
like when people look for arcs, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're gonna
Yeah.
find arcs everywhere because it's a common
For sure.
design to make things stable in structures. You know what I
For
mean? So like
Yeah.
there's just things that are you're gonna find everywhere. And that's what makes the puzzle difficult is that like the clues
Yeah.
are hidden behind things that are everyday objects that you can see any place.
Yeah.
That's the genius of like how cryptic the themes get.
I agree too, and it's also like you got to think you have all these major cities. Dude, I've been to New York City. My cousin lives there. There's a lot of different arches and statues and monuments and everything. You're gonna have no matter what ifs, ands, or buts. Just coincidentally, you're gonna have some of that same stuff in other cities.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
it's especially for like certain times they were doing. Architects were making things, and for this 50 years, this was the style. For this 50 years, this was the style. So you're gonna have matching styles, uh, in different cities and areas.
Well, it's there's two proverbs or two sayings that I could think of that kind of encapsulate that. One is that everything is related. So
Okay.
if you get if I say cigarettes is the first word and then the next word is Mars, the planet
Yeah.
Mars. There's
Okay.
I can make a 6-degree separation between those two things to make them connect,
Yeah. Yeah.
right? So everything is connected because everything is related. Like in a biological sense, we all came from the same organism, and then we branched out into evolutionary, the evolutionary theory that
Yeah.
we know of, right? So what we end up having there is kind of like the same example of when people felt that all the parks that the casks were found in were parks that Olmsted. You know who Olmsted is?
No, I don't hear that. What's that?
So Olmsted, he's a guy. I forgot his full name, and I don't really want to look it up right now. But Olmsted, I think his name was Frederick. He was the guy who created all the major parks in the United States of America. And when I say in the United States of America, everything from Central Park to places in San Francisco to Grant Park to the Cleveland Cultural Gardens. No, Cleveland Cultural Gardens, I think it was Rockefeller. But point being that Olmsted was the major designer. Now, that's
Okay.
important to know because if people think that this is like a common clue that we all just have to look at Olmsted parks, that's great. But the problem is almost all the parks that you're going to find are probably related to Olmsted in some way because what ended up happening is that single person developed a company and that company was responsible for designing all the parks in major cities. They were hired by the cities themselves to develop parks. So the Olmsted Company, if you look them up, are responsible for tens of thousands of national parks. So that's a common theme, but you have to realize it's kind of the same way somebody the other day told me, you know what? All the casks were found next to conventions and airports. They're not too far away. And I was like, that's as general as saying all the casks that were found near water. There's water not too far away. You could find a lake, you could find a river, or you could find the ocean. That doesn't mean anything. It's too broad. You know what I mean? Like I could say all the casks were found next to trees. What the fuck does that matter, dude? Like all the casks were found in cities that have traffic lights. Okay, so now what? Like
Yeah, right.
it's such a general thing. So you're gonna find a lot of similarities just because the cities are built in the same way. So I think that that's like off the beaten path, and so we always try to let's try to recreate the three that are solved in the same way that it's solved. You know, we all go back to that same antidote, and not to say that it's always going to work, but you know, that's the best that we can do. This is like one of the guests that I had on last week. He said, and I agreed with him so much. This is like a cold case. This is like when somebody gets murdered and the detectives have to find out what happened, but a lot of time has gone by, and now they have to like dig up these clues and figure it out. And that's what we have going. And so always start with something objective, something that sounds the most likely, and then build your theory from there. Because if you don't, then if your foundation and your premise is garbage and it's not true, then everything else that you said is also not true. Right? So like if you said I don't even know how to make a great example, but I'll say for like an example, like in New York, in the New York verse, when I'm trying to find something that I think it's really solid, I think Isla B is Isla Bedloe, and I know that that's north of the cask site, so this is a really good place to start. So if I say it is Bedloe Island and I have to go south of Bedloe Island, I'm only left with two locations, which is Staten Island and Brooklyn. And then I go, well, Hamilton. Hamilton is another great reference in that verse that I'm pretty sure of. Where is there any place that talks about Hamilton? And then you find out Staten Island has one or two places, but Brooklyn has a million Hamilton references, especially on the coast of Bay Ridge. So you go, okay, well, that makes sense. So then I go further, and we have Rhapsodic Man, who we think is Gershwin. That's a very solid clue. The Japanese clue backs it up. Where's Gershwin from? Where's his roots? It was in Brooklyn. So now it kind of solidifies that I'm in Brooklyn. I'm in the right place. Now I only have like another few lines to decipher, but I have such a great foundation. This is a very solid foundation. So now you go forward. And like that's kind of how I've seen the structure of the puzzles going in Boston. You had the Paul Revere reference. If you went to Paul Revere's, where Paul Revere's house is, and you went to Paul Revere where he lit the lamplight in the church, you were right across the street from the cask.
Yeah.
Look how simple that was. You know what I mean? So we have to find the simplicity in this. Price is not... Another myth is that like people think that Price was trying to get people not to find the treasures. He was doing everything in his power to get people to find the treasures, because every time one was found, more book sales would be made. More people would be interested in the story.
Yeah.
So like it's counterproductive to say that he made this so hard that it's as hard as the Knights Templars puzzles. It's not. You know, like that's why I think like we should just always be simple.
Here's something. I'm about to send you something else, brother.
Okay. Oh, so it's Frederick Law Olmsted. That's his name. So you can look him up later.
You're cutting in and out real bad. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, I'm sorry. There might be a little bit of a lag. Hold on.
A little bit of what?
A lag.
Maybe it's been pretty solid, and then all of a sudden it started cutting in and out.
Yeah.
You talk to your internet provider, brother? You need me to do something?
Yeah, please do. Please do.
Yeah.
It'll cut in and out. I'm having to get used to that.
So I just sent you a couple of pictures, right? Let me know when you get them, please, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, just sent you 3 pictures. Okay, so again, JJP said this was the image he liked the least having to do because everything had to be so precise. So let me know when you get them.
Okay, I got it. I got the first one is a
Okay, so the first image I sent you is when I first started doing this, I thought, man, he had so that type of this type of art is called perspective art, and I remember doing this in sixth grade, and I was excited about it. You got to they taught you to you get a ruler out, and you find a vanishing point, and that was your point, like in the distance, and then you made all these other lines, and that's how you made your depth or perception. And you could do it on an indoor thing or an outdoor thing like this one, right?
hmm
So, I mean, once I realized he did that, it was a perspective. I thought, man, he had a ruler out or something. He had some kind of straight line out. So that's when I realized. That's when I realized he he used some sort of ruler. So then after like later on, a few weeks after that, I'm like, I wonder what else lines up. So do you see um where the the first the line going up and down, forget the other one, but the line going up and down goes through the top bullet hole and then down to the bottom bullet hole. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. If you look at that line, it lines up exactly with that. Damn. Okay, so what I think that is that's a person. Let me send you another. Let me try to send you another picture. That's a person digging. That's a person with a shovel. Well, hell, I can just do this quicker than anything. Hold on. I'm gonna send you one more real quick. Go to this one after.
Okay.
All right, let me know when you get the next one.
Okay, I got it.
In my opinion, that's a guy looking down to his left with the shovel in his hand. Okay, and the middle bullet hole, if you will, is the head of the shovel. Do you see anything about what I'm talking about? Are you?
That
Do
one
I
is
need to
rough.
explain? What's that?
I said that one is rough.
That's right. Okay, so I've showed this to other people. They're like 100%. I see it completely. So, hold on. Let me.
But to be,
And
but
I
to
get
be,
what you're saying.
but to be fair, I'm not really good at looking at images. Like I don't have an artistic eye. So a lot of
And that's
times,
funny because that's like that's my get up. Like that's. Hold on here. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna kind of half-ass like do a little something for you. And this is a real shitty, quick, like rendering I'm doing for you. You may have to go back and forth to each one to kind of see what I'm talking about. Again, it's one of well, I don't know. I feel like I can kind of see this stuff because I was a bit of an artist myself, and uh, let me know when you get that. And if you don't see it, I mean, I'll try to move on from there.
all right, hold on. Let me compare it to the other one. Oh yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so if it look at the regular. photo, please. The one I sent you before that. In my opinion, that's a guy looking down to his left, digging. Okay. And over there, like to the left of his face, that's a stairway. And so I think I sent you multiple. Well, hold on, I'm trying to let me find the right. So the an email or two ago, I sent you a red line going down the top of what I think is a tree. Go back if you can get the one I sent you a couple of emails ago about the with the 3 bullet holes in it.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at the top bullet hole, do you see how it's green? It's got a green shade to it.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a tree that lines up with the top step in this little center of 4 alike, small in scale, water spout. I'm going through my pictures. Hold on, trying to find the right one. I mean, this is one. This isn't exactly what I'm looking for, but so in the center of 4 alike, small of scale, water veers in the sky. It matches up with this top step. I think that's the top step in the little drawing at the base of the pillar. That's a guy digging. I think there's 3 bullet holes. One is the top one, which is the tree, and 100% lines up exactly with the tree in the park. And then the top step 100% lines up completely. And then the other one is the shovel. One bullet hole is the shovel, and then one lines up 100% with the top step and the tree. It's all in line. That's why I think he's giving you like an X marks the spot type thing. You see what I'm saying? You see?
Yeah. I get your perspective on that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, here's another picture I've taken at one point or another. Man, when you're there, it's so hard to explain to somebody. That's why I haven't even done one of these over the. Like, I've got to where I'm like, no, I'm not like. My solve is not. At first, I wanted to be kind of secretive until I found something out, but the city of Dallas is being so shitty, and I'm like, I'm just ready for this thing to be figured out so I can get some sleep again,
Yeah, I do know too.
Yeah.
But listen, man, it's 3:00 in the morning here, and I'm probably
All right, right on, yeah.
I gotta go see the girlfriend tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Hey, I mean, this was good for me. I appreciate you doing this, man.
Hey, man, like I said, you're more than welcome to come back. I'm not gonna do another stream tomorrow. I'll be busy. I'll do one Monday morning or afternoon. And like I said, you'll get notifications. Subscribe to the channel, give you notifications, and on the Discord, it'll give you notifications whenever I go live.
Cool. Hope this was beneficial for somebody, brother. It was good talking to you, Adam.
It was good talking to you too, man.
All right, bye-bye.
Have a good night.
You too.
Okay. I'm going to start wrapping up. Probably got like another 15 minutes, maybe 10, 15 minutes. Okay. So sorry. I'm going to wrap up pretty soon. But yeah, that was a very long interview, but it was very interesting. All right. Definitely gonna wrap up. I'm feeling it. If you're in the channel or you're watching, subscribe, like. Definitely join the Discord if you're interested in talking about your theories and getting it off your chest. I don't know. I think my mic is cutting in and out, but like, subscribe, join the Discord. Chats are free. Have fun, guys. Good night. Thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you next week.